in Athens for this year and organized by the Hellenic Army Academy, the University of Thessaly of Lamia, and the Department of Computer Science and Biomedical Informatics, the National Aerospace University HAI from the Kharkov of Ukraine, the Leeds Beckett University of UK, the Institute of Information Sciences and Technologies from Pisa of Italy, the Lusko National Technical University of Ukraine, with the technical support of IEEE Greece section and the IEEE Student Branch University of Thessaly of Lamia, and of course the support of the students of the branch Students Club of National Aerospace University of Hai. This relation between Greece and Ukraine, where this wonderful conference desert was born, being thousands of years ago, and our contribution as academic community of Greece and the rest of the world is the least we could do to our colleges and the people of Ukraine in this very difficult time that they experiencing. That's why, and on also our theme of our conference, Trust of AI, Internet of Robotics, and big data for safe and secure world, what we all time we thinking and we imagine. The organization committee will be close to you to solve all the problems that will arise during the conference. Updates about the conference you will receive in your email by EasyChair and from chairmen, and also all the time updates will be our own websites. The conference lasts 3 days with many parallel online sessions, and on Saturday, one of them will be offline at the club officers clubs in the imposing 19th century building where will be held this conference. I would to thank the scientific committee for its works, for all this review and the advices that they gave to the organizers. Also the organizers, especially the IEEE Greek section, that with the support of the President, Professor Kladas, and in our friend of our conference, also committee of IEEE and head of department of University of Thessaly, Professor Kakaroudas, we could achieve our goal end this year. Also, all of the students of IEEE branch and the High University, as well the technical support for that conference. Together with us is also to have a small speech from our sponsor and organizer. And I would like to start, of course, from our home, from Hellenic Army Academy. With us is together our Professor Yorgos Kaimakamis. He is our dean, and his support is also very, very special with the facilities for our conference from our laboratory and amphitheaters that we have, and also for the officers' clubs. Please, Professor Kaimakamis, we're very happy that you are with us today.
Thank you very much, Nikos. Dear colleagues, on behalf of Hellenic Army Academy, I would like to welcome you to the 14th International Conference Dependable Systems, Services and Technologies. At the conference, you will be able to exchange opinions and make known scientific achievements that have been made in the last year. The number of speakers and the variety of topics covered by the conference prove how important this scientific meeting is, even if it is held online. On this occasion, I would like to emphasize the long-standing support for our colleagues from Ukraine. I would like to state that we fully support the Ukrainian scientific community and its efforts to remain academically active under very difficult circumstances. I wish you every success at the conference, and I hope that next year we'll meet in person under different conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaimakanis. Your support is very special in this conference for the last 3 years that it comes in Athens. Thank you very much. Also together, I think, is Professor Kakaroudas from the Committee Board of IEEE and the head of Department of Computer Science and Biomedical Informatics of University of Thessaly.
Thank you, Nikos. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for being here and giving me this opportunity to greet you and probably have also the opportunity to meet you at the venue. This is the third time, if I remember correctly, that we are hosting the International Conference of Dependable System Services and Technologies in Greece. And thank you, Nikos. Thank you, Professor Kaimakanis, for your efforts in this. And it was also a great opportunity for the IEEE Greece section to assist our colleagues in Ukraine to participate in international conferences. From our part, the University of Thessaly, and specifically the Department of Computer Science and Biomedical Informatics, we are supporting it also apart from our scientists with our students and specifically our IEEE student branch, which is many times awarded for its volunteer efforts. I believe that all of you who will have the opportunity to meet our students will be pleased with their professionalism in supporting conferences, and I'm sure that this conference will be a great experience for you. I thank all the organizers for making it a reality, this conference, and I hope to everyone to have the time to discuss with other colleagues, meet colleagues from the topics of interest, and have fruitful discussions. So Nikos, Yorgos, and all the rest have a very good conference, and hope the best for you and our colleagues.
Thank you very much, Professor Kakaroudas. We appreciate your support very much. With us in this conference, General Co-Chair is our Professor Harchenko from University of KAI. And please, Professor Harchenko, the speech on you.
Yes, thank you very much. 1 minute. Do I hear me and see presentation?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Nikos Bardis. Thank you very much, our Greek friends, for possibility to organize and hold this conference together in mixed format in the beautiful city in Athens, Greece, with all our colleagues, participants from different countries. Traditionally, we talk about shortly about history of our conference. We started in 2006 in Poltava, in Military Communication Institute, Ukraine, and our way was continued in different cities of Ukraine. During 5 years, we had possibility to hold our conference on the base research and production company Rady Kropivnitsky. And our next step in our history was Sevastopol in Ukraine. We thanks Professor Gordeev for cooperation when we held this conference in Sevastopol Institute of Banking during 2 years. After occupation by Russia, our Crimea and Donbass region, we next conference we held in University of Kiev, Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, and in other city of Ukraine, in Kharkiv, Kiev, Chernivtsi, and so on. In 2018, our the third conference was as a conference IEEE. And the next step of our motion was holding of our conference at the Leeds Beckett University, Leeds, United Kingdom. Thank you, Professor Gorbenko, Professor Alian Kor, for participation in organization of this conference as a host. And next, our conference was held in Kiev and Kharkiv when COVID time started. And the beginning of 2022, we can say that it was start Greek era of the desert. And thank you very much once more, our colleagues from universities of Greece, of military academy. Very short statistic about desert 2024. We received about 200 papers and 145 papers have been accepted, presented by about 500 authors. Participants of our conference represent 19 countries from all sides of our S. Each paper has been reviewed by at least 2 or 3 reviewers. The key topics of this conference is cybersecurity, safety, resilience in point of view as a part of dependability attributes, and technology related to artificial intelligence, cloud, edge computing, mobile and robotics technologies, industrial Internet of Things, and so on. Main domains where this technology are applied in research of our participants is aerospace and aviation, energy system, nuclear power plants, IT industry, transport, and so on. We have 5 plenary sessions, 11 topical sessions, and 6 workshops related to different issues of dependable computing services and technology. We very thanks our desert invited speakers. It's Professor Elena Zaitsev from University of Zilina, Slovak Republic, Yaroslav Shuger from Wrocław University of Science and Technology, Poland, and Dr. Panagiotis Bontakas, company Sphinx, Switzerland. Professor George Markovsky, Kennesaw State University, United States. Of course, Dr. Antonios Kakarountas, University of Thessaly, Greece, and Dr. Alexander Ivasyuk from Research and Production Company, Rady, Ukraine. Besides, we traditionally hold a special roundtable, and the coordinators of this roundtable are Professor Andrzej Rusinski from New Hampshire University, United States, Dr. Tadeusz Kochanski from Sensor Signal System in United States, and Dr. Adam Ustinovich, film director in independent producer Poland. You have timetable of our conference. I will not talk about your structure. I think you have this information, and we will can go ahead in all our section. We have today 5 streams, and tomorrow the same structure. We very thanks moderators and ask them for participation in this conference as moderators of section, as chair of workshops. And I would like to say a few words concerning 2 important days and anniversary. First of all, 20 years ago, article Basic Concept and Taxonomy of Dependable Secure Computing was published in IEEE transaction. This publication was prepared Professor Algirdas Avigenis, Professor Jean-Claude Laprie, and Professor Brian Randall, who suggested taxonomy fundamentals of dependable secure computing. And I think it's very important for development of this direction in area information technology. 2 weeks ago, we congratulated our colleagues, Professor Honorary Worker of Science and Technology of Ukraine, Mikhail Yastrебенецкий, with 90th birthday. Professor Yastrебенецкий, beginning of the first, the 3rd conference, participate in all our meetings, and thank you very much, and the best wishes, Professor Mikhail Yastrебенецкий. We thanks all organizers. First of all, host of this conference, our Hellenic Military Academy, University of Thessaly, our British colleagues, Italian colleagues, and colleagues from Lutsk National Technical University, and a special thanks our colleagues from IEEE Greece section. I would like to congratulate you from National Aerospace University HAI, our rector, Professor Litvinov, and we thanks all members of committee, program committee, international advisory committee for participation in preparation of this conference, and of course our sponsors and partners, RPC company Radi and Ukrainian Scientific and Educational IT Society. And we thank all participants for your activities, for your contribution in this conference. And traditionally, our dessert and Greek, the best on the world, olive. Thank you very much, and we hope, we sure that our conference will be successful. Thank you very much, and we can start our conference.
Thank you, Professor Hatchikov. Our first plenary lectures is by our invited speaker, Dr. Panagiotis Boutakats. He is a currently specialist of R&D engineering in ASPH Inc. He holds a PhD degree in cybersecurity and master degree in digital system security, and a bachelor in information and communication technologies, and all of his degrees is from the digital system department of University of Piraeus. Throughout his career, Dr. Bandoukas has participated in several national European research projects, Horizons, MCCA, Horizon Europe, and etc., in various roles, including technical project manager. His research interests focus in AI for cybersecurity, namely the design and implementation of AI methods in cybersecurity domain, as well as on cybersecurity for AI, namely for protection of AI system against adversarial machine learning attacks, while the outcomes of his research have been published as Q1 journals and conferences. In addition, Dr. Bandoukas holds an ISO IEC 27001 leader audition certificate, and his research interests are also on data collection and analysis regarding cyber attacks, malwares, and anomalies aiming at their accurate detection using artificial intelligence techniques like machine and deep learning, defense and protection methods against adversarial attacks, focusing on detection and mitigation methods. His speech, his keynote speaker plenary lecture today, is about the imperative need of a holistic cybersecurity approach, resilience of Internet of Things, and critical infrastructure. Please, Dr. Panagiotis Boudakas, the space on you, and we welcome you also in Athens, your town.
Hello, thank you very much for this great opportunity to present our recent research regarding the implementation of a holistic cybersecurity approach. Just a minor correction. My presentation will focus on the imperative need for a holistic cybersecurity approach, not on the resilience of IoT systems.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Yeah.
Just a second to share my screen. Just a second to find the right window. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, before starting, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity, this great opportunity to meet you, and for the opportunity to present our research in the cybersecurity domain. This presentation will focus on the imperative need for a holistic cybersecurity approach. We will see very briefly with a few examples and statistics the motivation behind the holistic cybersecurity approach, namely why it is important to have a holistic cybersecurity approach. Then we will discuss about the three main cybersecurity operations. We will briefly analyze the latest advancements related with each operation and present the main concept of the Synapse project that aims to provide a holistic cybersecurity platform. And finally, the presentation will conclude with the most important things that anyone should remember after leaving this session. So one can understand why implementing a holistic cybersecurity approach is important by simply checking the latest statistics, where even though cybersecurity is a more solid domain than it was 10 years ago, with many advanced security solutions available on the market and more organizations investing in cybersecurity. The cyber attacks are still rising. More specifically, in the second quarter of 2024, there has been noticed a 30% increase on cyber attacks targeting corporate networks compared to the second quarter of 2023. 420 million cyber attacks on critical infrastructures were detected during 2023, and these 420 million attacks were only on critical infrastructures. So you can imagine how higher this number goes if we consider every infrastructure and organization globally. In addition, more than 2.2 billion records have been breached during November 2023 and April 2024, highlighting that data breaches are still a major issue. And of course, another very important and relatively new issue are the hybrid threats, namely a combination of measures such as disinformation, cyber attacks, diplomatic actions, and military operations that aiming to undermine a target and cause havoc. Moreover, the recent technological advancements in artificial intelligence have been also exploited by adversaries who are constantly seeking new ways to enhance their operations. For instance, adversaries utilize the power of large language models like GPT to create phishing email campaigns or generate malicious code. And as you can imagine, utilizing such tools like large language models gives the opportunity to malware developers not only to create accurate malwares and have a greater accuracy in their attacks, but also it gives them the opportunity to do it faster. Because imagine that if you write by hand a malicious script, it will take at least some hours, but when using such automated tools, it could take seconds. And also another important thing is the new business model of malware as a service that gives the opportunity to even inexperienced users to rent or buy the means that are needed to launch sophisticated cyber attacks. Namely, with this new paradigm, the malware as a service that is based on the concept of software as a service, the developer writes the malicious code, then a malware vendor is responsible to put this malware code, this malware as a service to the market and attract the malware buyers. And in this way, this paradigm is really important because every user with very basic computer knowledge can become a hacker, which basically means that the threat actors are rising. And all the previous mentioned points stress the need for approaching cybersecurity differently, shifting from a tool-based approach where security tools are implemented to deal with specific actions, tools such as intrusion detection systems, firewalls, etc., and a shift to more comprehensive solutions that will combine several tools, services, and technologies to efficiently protect organizations and respond to cyber incidents rapidly and with high accuracy. Currently, it is a common paradigm for an organization that, of course, has an overall cybersecurity plan to rely mostly on cybersecurity tools. However, the adversaries have become way smarter than some years ago, and exploiting the latest technological advancements, they are capable to launch sophisticated attacks, which usually unfold on multiple stages and exploit not only the systems and the services, but also humans. And this could be understood by thinking the phishing attacks, the rise of the phishing attacks, that even though phishing is an active research area and many different solutions and protection measures has been proposed over the years, phishing attacks are still the first step of performing a large-scale cyber attack, and this is mostly due to the weakened link of the cybersecurity chain, which is the human. So for a thorough and holistic cybersecurity plan, we have to consider three main cybersecurity operations. First, the preparedness that is related with the capacity building activities within an organization. For instance, training activities that will improve the cybersecurity awareness of employees, both from a soft and the hard skill building perspective, namely both theoretical and hands-on exercises. The situational awareness, focusing on evaluating in a continuous manner the security posture of an organization, for instance, performing security and privacy assurance and risk assessments. A coordinated response, namely implementing security orchestration, automation, and response mechanisms to respond to cyber incidents promptly and with high accuracy. And for each of these operations, several solutions exist in the wild and in the literature, which will be briefly discussed later on, along with some identified limitations. So regarding training and current solutions provide both theoretical and practical training activities. And a new concept that has been very popular the last 3-4 years is the cyber range, and many research works investigate the implementation of cyber range in various domains, and especially in cybersecurity, with the latest advancements focusing on the deployment of artificial intelligence methods, either to dynamically adopt the contents based on the user experience, or to create new training material taking into account several parameters such as the organization's domain, the level of expertise, and the target group, namely the department that the employees are working on. Moreover, in order the training to be more interesting to the users, and several solutions focus on gamifying the whole training process. or providing platforms with pre-installed security tools and vulnerable machines where users are connected to perform certain hands-on exercises and test their skills in practice. However, an important gap remains, which is related with the integration of cyber range tools with other cybersecurity tools. For instance, to be integrated with a vulnerability analysis tool, and when a new vulnerability is identified, to perform certain hands-on, to dynamically generate new training exercise based on this new vulnerability. Namely, the cyber ranges to be more realistic and based on the current security state of the organization. And also, another gap is that training exercises that provide is that there are not enough training exercises that provide training by simulating the assets, networks, and threats of an organization and tailoring the exercises to different employee groups. Regarding the situational awareness operation in the security and privacy assurance domain, most of the existing works focus on confidentiality, integrity, and availability assessments, which are designed to based on the needs of specific domains, such as Internet of Things or healthcare, etc. Namely, the current solutions are heavily related with the application domain and are not domain agnostic. Namely, they cannot be implemented in other domains without changing some integral parts of the system. In addition, the existing technologies do not provide assessments that thoroughly investigate all assets types in digital infrastructures, such as the operational technology assets. Namely, their usage, interconnection, and supply chain effects are not considered. Also, performing assessments based on the needs of specific certifications, as well as incremental certification assessments, are areas that are still at their infancy, and to the best of my knowledge, there are no solutions that offer certification-based assessments. And on the other hand, in the risk assessment domain, there are several works that focus on predictive risk assessment, while other works exploit the capabilities of AI methods to capture complex risk interdependencies, but combining security and privacy assessment results from heterogeneous assessments and carrying out quantitative risk impact assessment, considering at the same time the organization intricacies, is still a major challenge. Moreover, cyber threat intelligence is an area that is gaining more and more popularity, especially after the introduction of novel user-friendly platforms and standards that aiming at facilitating the threat intelligence creation, discovery, and sharing. And although a known gap is related with the exploitation of all the information that is available on the internet, namely such as in blogs, in social media, or in forums in dark web, and might contain very useful threat intelligence information, but could not be leveraged because their format is unstructured and the existing solutions neither could process it or fail to construct structured CTI streams. There has been some works in the literature that trying to employ machine learning methods and the natural language processes for the creation of structured CTI streams, but their accuracy is not very high, and there is still room for improvement. Also, AI methods exploiting machine and deep learning algorithms have proven to be very effective in the detection of attacks or anomalies, especially utilizing data originating from network traffic, meaning that they can effectively detect cyber attacks by monitoring the network traffic. However, the performance of these methods is heavily relied with the available data. Data that is available for training of the machine and deep learning algorithms, as well as it is very difficult when the attack unfolds to predict the exact stage, because in large-scale attacks such as advanced persistent threats, the cyber attack has certain and multiple steps. It is really difficult to identify in which step each attack is. In the security orchestration, automation, and response domain, recent efforts have been focused on creating structured playbooks that include executable workflows for automatic attack detection and mitigation. In most cases, these playbooks are not publicly available and are greatly dependent on the system they have been designed to be executed. Hence, their migration and implementation to a different system is really difficult, and often needs to redesign the whole playbook. So, in order to tackle this issue, the OASIS Standardization Committee has recently developed the Cacao specification, aiming at establishing a common specification for compiling incident response playbooks. However, the implementation of playbooks that follows this specification in real-life applications is still limited, as is also the available playbook types. For instance, most of the playbooks focus on detection and mitigation actions, but there are other aspects that could be implemented inside the playbooks and automate the processes, such as the business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, and such types of actions have not been thoroughly investigated. So now we will discuss how the Synapse project aspires to provide a holistic cybersecurity platform, focusing on these three main operations that was previously discussed. First, some information about Synapse. Synapse is a European Commission-funded project. It is an innovation action. It started on November 1st, 2023, so currently we are at the first, we are approaching to finishing the first year of the project. And the whole duration of the project is 3 years, and the consortium is comprised by 14 partners from 8 different countries. A quick overview about Synapse. Synapse aims to design, develop, and deliver an integrated cybersecurity risk and resilience management platform, focusing on implementing holistic situational awareness, incident response, and preparedness capabilities. And in order to accomplish this, the Synapse platform will encompass incident response mechanisms, AI-enhanced situational awareness, preparedness through cybersecurity, privacy, and business continuity training, technical and economic risk management, which will retrieve information from the incident response, the AI-enhanced situational awareness, and preparedness to perform a risk-benefit analysis, and a standard-based sharing, alerting, and reporting mechanism that will share all the information that has been produced within the Synapse platform. The Synapse platform stems from the motivation for the Synapse platform stems from the gaps of the existing research that previously discussed, but also from the research efforts of the European Union to strengthen the cross-border coordination and cooperation of its member states, and enhancing the cybersecurity incident response capacities, the information exchange, and bolstering training activities. The main novelty of the Synapse platform lies on the combination of several cybersecurity aspects and operations, such as security and privacy assurance, risk assessment, incident response, and AI-assisted situational awareness and cyber range, which are often used as standalone solutions. And to the best of my knowledge, currently there are no existing platforms that combine all these solutions in a unified, holistic platform. In this figure, you can see the conceptual architecture of Synapse. At the bottom is the multi-layer security and privacy monitoring. This is comprised by several tools, as we will see later on. And imagine this building block as a middleware between the organization and the Synapse platform. Next is the AI-enhanced situational awareness that includes actionable and pertinent cyber threat intelligence, along with attack early warning and threat hunting. The incident response building block that implements automation and orchestration mechanisms, covering also organizational and business aspects, such as the business continuity processes. The preparedness building block that deploys cybersecurity and privacy training, covering different training delivery methods, and also allowing it to tailor the delivery methods to the specific content. Technical and economic risk management, which integrates the results of all the aforementioned building blocks and supports risk-benefit actions to inform decision-making, and also another novelty is that it's enabling risk transfer schemes based on smart contracts for cybersecurity insurance operations. And last but not least, the standard-based information sharing, alerting, and reporting building block that collects information from all the other Synapse blocks and shares them to other Synapse instances or other stakeholders, like national agencies. So analyzing a little bit further each building block of the Synapse architecture, starting from the multi-layer security and privacy monitoring, this component is responsible for collecting the raw events and evidence, such as logs and alerts, and providing them to other Synapse components, such as the integrated risk management or the situational awareness, to process them further and based on the specific actions of each component to produce certain results. For instance, the integrated risk management component will process the information from the multi-layer security and privacy monitoring to identify the risk level of the whole organization. And in order to accomplish this, a holistic toolset will be deployed, which includes static and dynamic testing tools, endpoint detection and response, network detection and response, security information and event management, deception tools like honeypots, and digital investigation and forensics tools. The second component, the AI-enhanced situational awareness, has as a main objective to integrate different AI and machine learning technologies in order to offer various situational awareness actions. This objective is achieved through the design and implementation of three different components: the CTI discovery and analytics, the user and entity behavioral analytics, and the attack prediction and response recommendation. And what is important to understand regarding this component is that it gathers all the intelligent systems of an organization. Namely, this is the building block where all the machine deep learning actions are taking place. For the CTI discovery and analytics component, this will be responsible for delivering the capabilities related to cyber threat intelligence. The platform will integrate a variety of cyber threat intelligence sources via the CTI discovery module, covering technical, tactical, operational, and strategic CTI. And in the core of this component, it will lay the OpenCTI framework that will be the foundation for gathering the CTI indicators and employing also well-known standards such as STIX or MISP. Also, natural language processing and data mining methods, along with machine learning, will be explored in order to create structured CTI feeds from unstructured data sources, exploiting information that it is out there on the internet, in blogs, in social medias, or in dark web, but it cannot be employed through in the OpenCTI framework because it is in an unknown format. And in order this to be useful, and it should be converted to a structured format. For instance, to be created to a sticks format, which is a non-standard and could be processed by the OpenCTI framework. And in order to perform this conversion, natural language processing and machine learning methods will be deployed, and which, based on some experiments that we have run at this point, has a very good performance and could accomplish this goal. And the next component is the user identity behavior analytics. This will be responsible for providing the anomaly detection capabilities of the Synapse in the Synapse platform. More specifically, it will focus on creating user and device baseline profiles, and using machine and deep learning methods, it will detect deviations from these baseline profiles. And this system will be created using the AutoML framework, mainly because it is a user-friendly solution that at the same time provides advanced functionalities. And one issue that arises regarding the user identity behavior analytics is the user's privacy, because some information in the user profile might be sensitive. So before processing this data and parse them with the machine learning models, the data will be pseudo-anonymized in order to avoid any privacy issues. And last but not least, in the AI-enhanced situational awareness component, the last part is related with the attack prediction and the response recommendation. This component will offer three main functionalities: attack prediction and early warning, utilizing a machine learning-based correlation of evidence, which gathered from other Synapse components, like the multi-layer monitoring, the user identity behavioral analytics, and the cyber threat intelligence, and process this information to produce an estimated probability of an attack occurrence. The other action of this component is the attack categorization, which will be performed based on the MITRE attack framework, estimating the extent and the impact that a potential attack may have on the organization, exploiting also the results of attack emulation and simulation within the Synapse CyberEdge environment. Namely, the attack prediction and the response recommendation will be able to communicate with the CyberEdge tool in order to emulate and simulate some attack scenarios and proactively protect organizations from these attacks. And the last part is the response recommendation, which will be performed by identifying suitable defense strategies that will be defined in the Synapse playbooks. The incident response and business continuity building block is responsible for designing and implementing the Synapse playbooks, which aiming to minimize the human involvement in the incident response process. Because before the playbooks, the response to an incident was basically a manual process where human operators perform every step manually, and the playbooks are trying to minimize the human involvement by performing all the incident response actions in an automated way, by having some scripts and triggering the appropriate tools and services in the system in order to respond to an incident. And in order to accomplish this, the Synapse will adopt a security orchestration, automation, and response engine that will assist the user-friendliness. Namely, the Synapse playbooks will follow a no-code format based on the Node-RED programming language, and the execution and orchestration of Synapse playbooks. Synapse playbooks will offer an organized machine processable way to encode several processes, enabling organizations to define and automate the implementation of detection, mitigation, incident response, and business continuity processes. And in order to achieve this goal, the recently developed OASIS collaborative automated course of action operations standard will be adopted. And also, the Synapse playbooks can be broadly categorized in three main categories. In the incident response playbooks, that will include actions related with prevention, assessment, detection, mitigation, remediation, and investigation. The business continuity playbooks that will perform proactive and reactive business continuity and disaster recovery plan. And the scenario playbooks, which will include actions related with what-if analysis. For instance, let's say that an organization wants to add a new asset in its systems, such as a new server. A playbook will be designed and to include this asset and represent the whole system. And through the CyberRange environment, this playbook will be executed and test the security posture of the organization with this new asset before adding the asset to the actual working environment. And the preparedness building block is responsible for all the training activities of Synapse. To this end, the Synapse CyberRange component will be developed, which will offer a realistic simulated and emulated environment that will allow the execution of scenarios covering three different things: general security awareness training for different levels of user expertise. Namely, it will cover theoretical training, hands-on training scenarios to cover practical capacity building activities and sharpening the practical skills of employees, and the evaluation of what-if analysis synapse playbooks in a realistic environment that will simulate the relevant cyber systems and their interactions. And another important building block of the Synapse platform is the integrated risk management component. This will integrate three different subcomponents: the security and privacy assurance and certification, the risk analysis, assessment and validation, and the Synapse smart contracts. The security and privacy assurance and certification module includes an integrated framework of models, procedures, and tools. And in particular, Synapse model-based assessments will integrate several modalities, such as questionnaire-based assessments, dynamic and testing and penetration testing, vulnerability analysis, runtime monitoring, and user identity behavioral analytics through the integration with the user identity behavioral analytics component. And it will incorporate also continuous evidence-based assessments of security, privacy, and resilience of assets and processes, certificate-based evaluations considering the different needs of certifications. For instance, Synapse will be able to assess an organization on the particular needs of certification. Namely, it will be the security and privacy assurance and certification component will be able to process all the requirements of a certification and translate them to specific assessments in order to test if the organization will be able to pass the certification process. And also it will integrate cyber threat intelligence and threat prioritization inputs from the cyber threat intelligence component, impact analysis on systems, devices, clinical processes, and the overall organization, and hybrid analysis assessments that will combine various different modalities. And also using suitable probes such as event captures and testing tools, the assurance and certification component can be programmatically connected to various systems regardless their types and size. The other module of the risk management component is the risk analysis, assessment, and validation that will perform all the risk analysis, assessment, validation, and management activities. And in order to accomplish this goal, it will retrieve information from the security and privacy assurance and certification component and analyze, assess, and validate the identified risks through different risk calculation mechanisms that will cover both technical risk assessment and economic risk assessment by implementing different risk calculation formulas. And another key innovation of the Synapse platform will be the Synapse smart contracts, which will allow effective and easily accessible cybersecurity insurance schemes by integrating risk transfer mechanisms based on the smart contracts, on the technology of smart contracts. More precisely, the Synapse smart contracts will be built on the Hyperledger fabric and will provide an evidence-based support for the creation and ongoing oversight of cybersecurity insurance. In order to better understand this, currently, cyber insurance is mostly based on a static analysis of information and requires the human involvement. Namely, the insurance company provides to an organization a questionnaire, a large questionnaire, that a human operator should fill. And based on this information, the cost of the cyber insurance is calculated, as well as considering some other factors, such as the coverage that the organization needs. And as you can imagine, this process is fully manually, and Synapse will try to minimize the human involvement in the cyber insurance process through the implementation of smart contracts that will...
Dr. Pantoukas, we'll have only few minutes more, okay?
Okay, yes, of course. I will summarize.
Thank you.
And in all the information will be stored in the smart contracts, and will contain also information related with the cyber insurance policy and the identified incidents. And in case of a business disruption, a claim will be handled automatically or with minimum human involvement. The last component of the Synapse platform is the alerting, reporting, and information exchange. This building block will share information that is produced within the within the Synapse instances with other stakeholders, such as national agencies or other Synapse instances. And also will facilitate the necessary incident reporting to the appropriate competent authorities based on regulatory frameworks such as NIS 2 and GDPR. And approaching to the end of the presentation, as I said, this is a project. The Synapse project will provide a platform, a holistic cybersecurity platform that it contains several different cybersecurity tools, and Synapse will be, the validation of this platform will take place in different organizations that belong to different domains in 3 different pilot use cases. Very briefly, in the first pilot, Synapse will be responsible for the protection of the complex systems of an energy and the storage and distribution operator, demonstrating its capabilities in the detection and the response of insider threats and backdoor attacks, and also providing training activities to the employees of this organization. In the second pilot, Synapse will be used to secure a healthcare supply chain, protecting the systems of a technology provider for the general healthcare system of Cyprus, focusing on the detection, mitigation, and the response on supply chain attacks. And the third pilot, that is a horizontal pilot, will validate the creation of cyber insurance policies and the execution of claims through the smart contracts. Summarizing this presentation, the most important things that everyone should remember after leaving this session is that adversaries constantly seek new ways to enhance their arsenal and exploit all the new technological advancements in order to accomplish this, which means that adversaries, through the use of new technologies like LLMs, could perform more sophisticated attacks, be more accurate in their attacks, and also minimize the effort that is needed to construct the attack plan. And also the malware as a service is a very important thing that we should consider, because it expands the threat actors, since now users with basic computer knowledge can perform sophisticated cyber attacks. Another important thing that we should remember is that tailored training activities are of utmost importance, since even the most sophisticated attacks and large-scale attacks rely on common attack paradigms that are known for many years, like phishing, to gather information and perform the first step of attack and inject malware to a system. And the last thing is that migrating from tool-based security solutions to holistic security solutions, combining various technologies, solutions, and other tools, is very crucial in order to tackle advanced cyber threats and thoroughly protect organizations. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry if it took more time.
No, it's okay. Yes, we shift our program with the welcome time. Thank you very much for your speech, Dr. Badoukas. Have we any questions? Please, we have time for 1-2 questions. Let me see. Our participates. Well, I have small questions. First of all, congratulations for your talk. It was very interesting for all the news that you show us for cybersecurity nowadays. And of course, we have seen that the rapid growth of cybersecurity and all the security issues that provide in SMEs and of course in infrastructures. My question is where the standards that we have today, like 27001, are satisfactory to the new area, and what is proposed for that today?
First of all, thank you for your question. This is a really interesting question that is often often it's not taken into account. During this project in Synapse, as I was mentioned before, Synapse will implement also certificate-based assessments based on the particular needs of certifications like ISO, in order to test whether the organization complies with the needs and the requirements of particular security standards. This is something that is currently on the design phase. We as a company in Sphinx, we provide such solutions in organizations that want to certificate. We have a system that performs certificate-based assessments and gives the opportunity to the organizations before proceed with the certificate to test if they are capable to be certified.
Thank you very much. Have we any questions, please? Let me see. Okay, I have no hands, and we are also in a hurry. So our first plenary lecture, we have to thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Panagiotis Boudakas, for your participation. It was very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss all these important issues. Thank you. And I hope have a great conference, and for the thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this great and important conference.
Thank you. We're waiting for you also next year in our conference in Athens, to be in Athens next time. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I will manage.
So, dear all, we continue our sessions now. S11, S12, S13, 14, 15 about the cybersecurity, cryptography, AI tools, FPGAs and Internet of Things, and dependable events and clouds. So in the session at the links that you already received. And if we can, of course, earn time for the lunch time. And if we need more time, we can schedule it to the end of the sessions of the day, so we can continue after 6 o'clock. So thank you for participating in the plenary lecture. And now we are going to our sessions to start sessions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Okay, dear colleagues, let me. Yeah, Vyacheslav, please.
Excuse me, I see that Yaroslav Shulger would like to ask. Please, Yaroslav, if you have
No, sorry, it was my mistake. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Dr. Lysenko, welcome for your sessions.
Okay, thank you, Vyacheslav. So I'm very happy to be here, and let's continue our DESET conference. And now we have S1.1 session, cybersecurity. So first, I'd like to say we have to keep to our schedule, and according to our some time issues, I suppose, up to 15 minutes your report, and plus 3 up to 5 minutes questions. Okay, so the first speaker will be the topic, the impact of data processing on random forest model performance for network attacks. Who will be speaker?
Hello, it's me.
Hello, Maxim.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes. 1 second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Pedas Maxim, and today I'm on Paramount. The random forest model, an ensemble learning technique known for robustness and flexibility, greatly benefits from effective preprocessing. This work investigate the several preprocessing methods, including standardization, normalization, imputation, deletion, importance rating, feature selection, and PCA. By performing experiment on the comprehensive data sets, we analyze how each preprocessing method affects model accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. Random forest model was developed on to detect network attacks, utilizing the data sets. These datasets including features such as total weight of forward packets, total weights of backward packets, max packet weights, and more. The model aims to identify virus types of network intrusion by leveraging these features. Through conference processing and feature selection, that a random forest model can efficiently differentiate between normal and malicious network traffic, thereby changing its detection capabilities and overall performance in identifying network attacks. The dataset used in this study compress various features relevant to the task at hand. It includes multiple numerical and categorical variables requiring careful preprocessing to ensure optimal performance to random forest model. The dataset was split into training and validation and testing sets to evaluate the impact of different preprocessing techniques on model performance accurately. Standardization involves scaling numerical features to have a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. This method ensures that each feature contributes equally to the model by eliminating bias introduced by differences in feature scales. Normalization rescales the numerical features to the regret between 0 and 1. This technique is useful when features have different units or scales and need to be brought to common scales without distorting differences in the ranges of values. Imputation involves replacing missing values with substitute values to ensure the completeness of the dataset. In this study, we use the mean imputation methods where missing values are replaced with the mean value of the replacetive feature. This ensures that our dataset remain completive and that the model can be trained efficiently without being based by missing data. Deletion refers to be removal of records with missing values, especially when the missing data is substantial. This method ensures that the remaining data is of high quality and less likely to introduce noises or bias in the model. By removing these incomplete records, we ensure the relatability of our datasets. Importance ranking is used to determine the relevance of each feature in predicting the target variable. This is achieved through various techniques such as information gain, Gani input, or feature importance metrics provided by tree-based algorithms like random forest. By ranking feature based on their importance, we can identify and select the most relevant features for our model, enhancing its performance and reducing computation complexity. The PCI is a dimensionally reducing technique that transforms the original feature into a new set of linearly uncorrelated components called principal components. These components capture the maximum value in the data with a few features. By applying PCA, we reduce the numeral of a feature while retaining the most important information, thus simplifying the model and improving its performance. Comparison and the calculation of methods efficiently. To calculate accuracy need to find the ratio of correctly predicted instance to the total number of instances in the data set. It measures the overall correctness of the model. Higher accuracy indicates that model is making more correct predictions. Definition precision is a ratio of correctly predicted positive observation to the total predicted positives. High precision means that the model making very few false positive errors. Recall is a ratio of currently predicted positive observation to all observation in the actual positive class. Recall measures the model's ability to find all relevant instances in the data set. High recall means the model is capturing most of the actual positive cases. The F1 score is a weighted average of precision and recall. The score balances the trade-off between precision and recall. Height score indicates that the model has a good balance of the precision and recall. Received operating characteristic area under the curve is the area under the curve which plots the true positive rate against the false positive rate at various threshold settings. The score ranked from 0 to 1, where 1 indicates the perfect model, and 0.5 suggests a model with no discriminate power. That means equivalent to random guesses. Higher score values indicate between model performance in distinguishing between positive and negative classes. The result of experiments are simulated in the table, which shows the performance metric of the random forest models under different preprocessing methods. In feature selection, using feature importance score to select top features yield the higher performance across all metrics, suggesting that focusing on the most relevant features significantly benefits the model. While PCA also improved performance, it did not outperform importance ranking, likely because PCA reduce dimensionally is a way that might discard some useful feature relationship. In conclusion, the experiment clearly demonstrates that data preprocessing has a substantial impact on the performance of the random forest model. Standardization and the feature importance rankings were the most effective technique, significantly boosting performance metric. In contrast, the selection of rows with missing value led to the poorest results, heightening the importance of appropriate handling of missing data. This finding underscores the critical role of data preprocessing in the machine learning pipeline, providing value guidance for practicalness, aiming for opportunities models performance in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, any questions? We have 1-2 questions, please. Okay, I have one question. Is there any possibility to find out the situation when we, for example, change the input data set greatly and find out that another model will be more effective than random forest?
Thank you for your question. Actually, in this model, I use CI/CID as 2017 datasets. It's free datasets, and I use their different features like total length forward, total length backward, max packet length, mean packet length, packet length mean and packet length straight. Actually, if we use another data sets, it's actually can make some errors. But if this all included data was in the one area, yes, in a numerical or not numerical, it's can work actually. I think it can work.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, no more questions? Thank you, Maxim. Okay, we are going on. So the next presenter will be, okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, do you see my screen? Here we will present some results and some further work and directions of, oh, excuse me, and another presentation. Okay, 1 second. This one, okay. Okay, excuse me. So our team will present some results in social engineering attacks detections as we have some results in these directions. So let me share my screen. Do you see my screen? Okay, so the idea was to present and make some formalization in a way to how actually social engineering works and find out some special features in order to make models, and based on them later we will be able to create efficient methods. So today, social engineering attacks include a very wide range of tactics, and each of them includes aspects of human psychology and technological vulnerabilities. In this case, social engineering affect a lot of sectors, including finance, healthcare, education, and even government. Today, attackers refine its methods, and we have to include and modify known methods to detect and prevent such threats. So to understand the specific of each type of social engineering attacks, we have to find out its features more effectively. So we have to say that there is strong need to build such attacks models because modeling these attacks will help us to categorize them accurately and develop targeted defenses. Also, it will help us to identify common psychological tactics and devise a training program that enhance user awareness and resilience. Such models will be able to provide the basis for algorithms, methods, approaches that will analyze patterns, detect anomalies, and even flag potential attacks. So the idea is to make a new approach to social engineering attack model creation. And of course, these models are to consider all aspects of attack permanent for future effective detection methods development. So let's take a look short and aspects for model creation. Each of models have to take into account attack vectors such as email, phone calls, social media, or face-to-face interaction. Another aspect is the targets, which are individuals, organizations, system, computer systems, so on. Another aspect is psychological triggers such as fear, greed, curiosity, desire to be helpful, etc., because it's the base of social engineering techniques. Another, it's a human factors such as awareness level, experience, susceptibility to social engineering tactics. To take into account, so we have firstly find out the life cycle features for social engineering attacks. One of these is reconnaissance, which involves gathering information about the target. The next step is engagement, which about interacting with the target to build the trust. The next is exploitation. Using the trust, the victim can achieve the attacker's goals. Next, more important, it's execution, because the actual breach of or compromise of information can be used by attackers. And the last one, post-attack analysis, it's understanding the aftermath and any follow-up actions which are the most dangerous for a potential victim. So let's define the set of social engineering attacks, which includes the vision attack, the phishing, the profile cloning, grooming, dumpster diving attacks, tailgating, masquerade baiting, spyware or pop-up windows, waterholing, Trojan mail, spear phishing, spam mail, interesting software, coaxing. In this presentation, we just present 3 of them because it's huge information. We presented vision, phishing, and profile cloning attacks models. So let's go to them. First one, it's a vision attack functioning life cycle, which includes first, it's a pretext development, caller ID spoofing, psychological manipulation, information gathering, exploit execution, and follow-up actions. So let's go to details of this life cycle. To do this, let's take a look at elements of vision attacks model. Of course, every attack includes the individuals conducting the vision attacks, the victims, which are the aim of attackers, the set of pretexts or scenarios used by attackers to deceive victims, the set of caller IDs, and the set of psychological techniques which are employed by attackers. The next is the sensitive information and the set of defense mechanisms which can be used by a victim in order to obtain defense. So this attack vision attack model also includes the set of functions which are presented on the slide. It's pretext selection function, call ID spoofing function, psychological manipulation function, information extraction, and defense activation functions against the vision attack. Okay, here let's see the impact function. Yes, it's some number that represent the success level of the attack with higher value indicating greater success. This function can incorporate factors such as likelihood of victim fall into protection, etc., and some effectiveness of psychological tactics on victim, as well as likelihood of obtaining information, effectiveness of defense mechanisms. The next example of models which were developed by our team, it's a phishing attack model. Here we can see the life cycle of functioning of phishing attack. It includes target identification, pretext development, message crafting, delivery mechanism, execution of the attack, and of course follow actions. So also we can have to take into account elements of the phishing attack. Of course, it includes the set of individuals, set of victims, set of individual conducting attacks, set of phishing messages which are used by attackers, set of pretexts which are used in phishing messages, and the set of pretext channels or deliver phishing messages. Also, it includes set of components of phishing message, set of actions against the target, which is encouraged to take, for example, clicking a link, downloading files, etc. Set of representation information or outcomes sought by the attackers, such as credentials, malware installation, so on, and the set of countermeasures, possible countermeasures and defense which can be employed by the target. Thus, we have see the set of functions, choosing a delivery channel, crafting the phishing messages, inducting the message to the target, obtaining the action results, and activating defense mechanism are to be included to the model. And the last one, as an example of three chosen models, it's a profile cloning attack functioning. The life cycle includes the target user information gathering, profile creation, establishing credibility, initiate contact, exploitation, and as a result, follow-up actions. So here we can see the elements of profile cloning models. It also includes the set of individuals and attackers, as well as a set of users whose profile are cloned, set of publicly available information about the target, set of fake profiles created by the attackers, set of contacts of the targets, which are also potential victim, and set of social engineer methods used to extract information from the target's contacts. And here you can see the set of functions. It's information gathering function, profile creation function, and credibility establishment function that represent the process of establishing the clone profile's credibility by interacting with the target during the attack. And here the last three function, it's a contact initiation, plus exploitation function, and defense activation function. So briefly, as a result, we obtain a set of 15 models of social engineering attacks, which include all possible actions, features, social engineering aspects, and all of them are the base of, we suppose, effectively next researchers' methods, which will be the base for approaches of resilience and defended function of users in any information technologies world. So thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions, please? Colleagues, no questions? So, okay, let's move on. Then the next speaker will be the authors of the report Toward the Future of Data Protections and Privacy Enhancement, a research review. Who will be the speaker? Miyada Al-Bakur or Hassan Mubarak? Is somebody here? None of? Okay, so maybe is somebody from the team with report graphs-based method for detecting cyber threats in a real-time systems?
Yes.
Sergey, please.
Can you see my screen?
Sergey, are you ready? Okay.
Graph-based method for detecting cyber threats in real-time system. Dear colleagues, today I will present a research dedicated to a new approach for dedicated cyber threats using graph models. Our work aims to create an effective system for a real-time threat detection and mitigation. Introduction. In today's world, the integration of information system into our life has become integral, and life without this system is immeasurable. Cyber attacks on this system can affect many people and cause both material and moral harm. Unauthorized access to network and system can significantly damage this as a whole, while the chaotic increase in the number of users, data volume, and its distribution can lead to fears and security breaches. Our research focuses on developing method for detecting cyber threats in an information system and assigns the allocation of threats to develop countermeasures. The main goal is to preserve the function, properties, and resources of a network for its owners. Overview of existing methods. Existing methods for dedicated cyber attacks on communication channels of information system includes various approaches to identification, usually or malicious activity within the networks. This method focus on detection anomalies, attacks, intrusions, or vulnerabilities. Among the main approaches are intrusion detection system, the monitoring traffic to identify usually patterns of anomalies, signature-based method for detecting known attacks, machine learning algorithms for analyzing and detecting anomalies, for checking invoice logs for detection challenges or unauthorized access, intelligence system for recognize usually of malicious behavior in the network. Proposed method. Our method includes several key models for intelligent cyber threats analysis, traffic collection and statistic generation models, training model, cyber threat detection model, alerting model. The method is planned to be monitored separate for each application layer protocol. For example, for manager FTP traffic, only data released to the FTP server will be used. Similarly, database data will be used for monitoring SQL queries. The detection and alert graph for cyber attacks. Our method used two types of graphs: network graph for cyber threat detection, and a set of vertices representing various aspects of cybersecurity. A set of detracted edges reflecting the international ships between vertices. W weight function indicating the importance of priority of each edge. And cyber alert graph, a set of alerts, a set of decorated edges connective vertices in the graph, and a function defining relations between arrows and vertices in the graph. This graph allows the cybersecurity system to track and analyze potential routes of cyber attacks responding to the base and the time and type of vulnerabilities. Selection of countermeasures. After detecting a cyber attack, it is crucial to develop an approach to select appropriate defense measures. For this, we use a comprehensive index L for the escalation countries formula, and where A1 and A2 weight coefficient for the impact for countermeasures, E identification of invoice or identification of invoice of the countermeasure, C identifier of cost associated with implementation of countermeasures, and normalization coefficient. In addition, we use the stability index to assess the vulnerability of nodes in the system. This formula, where WV is a vulnerability rating of a node based on its characteristics, and WVU is a vulnerability rating of a node during our operation system. Experimental result. The experimental conducted in a private cloud environment confirms the effectiveness of the developed method. This is especially important as the extract goal may be to compromise virtual machines or other private resources. The chart shows the comprehensive index for selecting Gaussian L, reflecting the magnitude of negative impact. The values 1, 2, 3, and over n represent elements. It also shows the cost required for implementing countermeasures in terms of resource and operation complexity. The higher the score, the higher the cost. These indicators together representing to comprehensive countermeasures selection index L. Note that countermeasures with harm compromising index compressing to more serious measures that can potentially alter nearly the entire infrastructure of a virtual cloud environment. System architecture. Our proposed system for detecting cyber threats in real time consists of several integration models. Traffic collection and statistic generation model. This model intercepts all traffic passing through the network node, extracts special features, and calculates statistics over defined period. A training model. This model creates a cyber threat detection graph, collecting data on no vulnerability in the intelligence information, network, and connection information. It allows for prediction possible cyber threats and attacks by determining dependencies between detect event. Cyber threat detection model. A cyber threat detection model utilize the alert graph of cyber attacks, which consists of vertices representing vulnerabilities and disease exploitation. This all is a model to compete the propagation path of cyber attack within the network. Each features of this will include real-time analysis of network traffic, correlation of detection events with known vulnerabilities, identification of potential attack path, alerting and consumer selection. Threat alerts models select countermeasures for the relevant threat detection scenarios. To decide on the required type and level of protection, we use a specialized management algorithm that handle the dynamic changes in intelligence information management objectives when vulnerabilities are detected or certain nodes are identification as susceptible entertainment. Countermeasures can be taken to limit the attacks and opportunities. The aim of countermeasures is to protect network nodes from being compromised. Security metrics and risk assessment. To maintain system stability, we until several security identification for performing scientific tasks. This identification helps assess the risk level in the context of a specific network configuration and threat status. Key metrics includes global variable indicator, denotes the probability of priori risk and initial stage of attacks based on data from the National Vulnerability Database. Function Stability Index serves as a quantitative measure of the stability of each individual node within the system. These metrics allow for a more nuanced understanding of network security and help prioritize countermeasures based on the most critical vulnerabilities and potential impacts. Dynamic adaptation for countermeasures. To improve the countermeasure selection algorithm, we implemented several enhancements. Utilization of data from the cyber attack alert graph and database for node threats to more effectively restrict the exertion of attacks. Dynamic engagement of countermeasures based in the current state of the network and change in the threat levels. Continuous network monitoring and application of machine learning technologies to predict potential attacks. Contextual consideration in a countermeasure selection. When selecting countermeasures, it's important to consider the context of each node's use. Critical nodes that provide an essential service receive priority protection, even if with increased cost. The interrelations between nodes and taking into account to identification key nodes whose protection has the most significant impact on our network security. This approach allows for optimal resource allocation for countermeasures, ensuring that the most critical assets are protecting visual and sounding branding, less critical part of the network. Experimental result and validation. Our
In 2 minutes,
experiment,
please. Sergey, in 2 minutes, please. Mhm.
Our experiment content in the provide cloud environment confirming the effectiveness of the development method. The results show that our approach informs existing method in several key areas. Detection rate, our method demonstrates a higher accuracy in identification potential threats. Follow position rate, we observed a significant reduction on false alarms compared to the additional approach. Response time, the gray-based approach allowed for a faster identification and mitigation of threats. Conclusion and future works. In conclusion, our graphs-based method for detecting cyber threats in real-time system offers several significant advantages. Comprehensive threat modeling by using network and LD graphs, we can model and understand the complex interaction between vulnerabilities, attack methods, and protecting measures. Dynamic adaptation, our system can adjust to the giant threat languages and network configuration in real time. Contextual environments, by consistent the important and relation between nodes, we can prioritize protection for critical assets. Our research contributes to the ongoing efforts to secure in critical complex and in critical information system, providing a robust fundamentals for future developments in cybersecurity. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Colleagues, any questions? One question only because lack of time. Okay, I have only one. Can you show up? Okay, please. Yes,
sorry, I don't have the question to presenter. I have another question. I don't know if I have used the correct link for entering into this section. I'm confused with the links. Can I get this information from you if it is possible? I am in session 1.3 and I don't know if I am correctly chosen the link.
I suppose that program is presented on the site of conference.
It's a little bit confusing. I can't find the 1.3. I'm struggling with this.
Okay, I can copy and put into our messages here. Here's the link.
If it is possible. So it is from my link, yes, you may.
Do you see a message from me here? This is a link on into
yes, I have it, but section 1.3, like AI tools, is it the correct one I'm attending?
It's S1.1. You need what session? What?
1.3, session 1.3.
1.3.
And this is link first. We'll have 5 links, and I don't know if I have chosen correct one.
1.3, maybe will be this one.
So it's kind of not
Try this.
Okay, thank you very much, and my apologies to everybody.
Okay, so and no question to our presenter. So I have one question. Sergey, can you tell us, maybe you have some disadvantages which are to be fixed? Maybe you have some drawbacks. some features which you have to improve in your research?
We improve in
What you have to improve in your future work? Not now, but in future, maybe you have some.
I think about, but now I think we work to cyber threat detection model and more
Okay. So, thank you, Sagi. Does our colleagues appear? Let's go back. Majida Al-Bakur and Hassan Mubarak. Is somebody from this team present here? No. Okay. So, so let's invite the next speaker of the topic: one factor and passwordless authorization of users with limited skills for educational distance technologies based on GSM communication channels. Who will be speaker?
Me, Marjan Slabinoga from Ivano-Frankivsk National Technical University of Oil and Gas.
Okay, please, you have up to 15 minutes.
Okay, I will try to be short since we are limited in time. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it's okay.
Awesome. So the problem that is described in our article and in this report is actually that with the COVID pandemic and with the full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine, we've got a couple of new issues to deal in the education. So obviously that nowadays world goes through the transformation of knowledge delivery involving more and more different online tools to facilitate the learning, to deliver the feedback, to get students more involved rather than just giving them some like PDF of books and so on. So basically, we are transforming the education in such way that the digital tool became the main part of delivering everything except probably the socialization and communication with the lecture, because obviously it can't be taken from the students, and it is also important part. But the COVID pandemic and the full-scale war aggression was actually the catalyzer that widened the audience of online learning. So previously, probably for most of the countries and for most of the universities, we've got the online learning mostly as a tool that adds up something fancy to the study process, but with the and also like before the pandemic, it's mostly were the thing where the enthusiasts gather, where the mostly people with good digital competency skills are working and so on. And after the pandemic, it was actually the deal for everyone, because the online tools help to organize the education process and study process during the pandemics, during the lockdowns, and it basically becomes the part of the life for everyone. So the audience of these tools actually widened a lot, and it included the categories of people which are not that strong in the digital knowledge, and that probably have some limited competency in that, but they still needed to become like to work with these tools, because this was the only possible way to obtain the knowledge and to receive the education. Also, we widened the categories of people even to primary schools. So even the primary schools worked in online mode, and obviously not all children of the age from 7 to 10 are that proficient with some online tools for the learning. Of course, they learn a lot faster than the previous generation has when we are talking about the digital tools, but still it's quite challenging for them to get into this in the formal things and not into the games or something. Also in Ukraine, obviously the big issue and the big challenge for the society is that a lot of people are forced to move and change their profession to find the job at the new place, and sometimes it requires to pass some online trainings to gain certain skills, and it applies to basically every age category we have. So it's the direct thing connected with the lifelong learning, and obviously not all generations have the same and equal digital competency skills. So that means that we involve into online study process the categories that are not that strong in working with the computer technique and with the smartphones, and we basically have the people who don't work with digital tools or didn't work with digital tools on daily basis, and they are struggle to work with the strong passwords, PIN code. Passing the two-factor authentication could take quite some time for them because they need to log in into the email to receive the confirmation code, or it's a problem for them to work with the apps with one-time passwords like the Google Authenticator and so on. So we have in this case the classic authentication problem. So we either can simplify it somehow for the people with not strong knowledge of the computer technologies, or keep it secure and basically not doing some password simplification or other things. So one of the solutions that is obviously on the surface is one-time passwords, and I've already talked about the Google Authenticator. So one-time password is okay with that, but we also can work actually through the some more convenient communication channel which doesn't involve kind of any other different app on that. And the example of that, and one of the methods that is proposed in our presentation, is basically delivering the one-time password by the cell phone. So basically the diagram shows how it works. So user communicates with the computer, and when it comes to the authentication, computer sends the request to the server. Server sends the data to GSM gate, and GSM gate makes the call to the cell phone, and the password is delivered by voice to user. So user types it in the computer, and basically he is authenticated. So this requires the cell phone number to be binded to the user account, but that basically simplifies the way how we can interact with this, and this is the more convenient way for the people who are not so good in typing or switching between apps or something, because the voice communication channel via cell phone is obviously the best way to do it, because everybody deals with it right now, from the children to seniors, and that actually makes this problem more easier for them to type in the password and so on. But also the worth thing to notice is basically we don't want, for example, some apps that are like malicious code or something like this to interact with this voice and try to receive calls automatically on the phone and recognize the speech. So for this problem, actually the solution that was proposed is distorting the signal that is connected with the voicing over the passwords. And basically it is on these diagrams it shows how we actually get the spectrum of signals for vowel Ukrainian vowels a and e, and basically we highlight some of the characteristics of those signals, and we actually can distort them using white, brown, or pink noise, and that helps us to distort it in terms of the frequency chart, in terms of the Fourier transform, but actually these things are still audible and it's still recognizable by the people. So in that case, we can basically avoid or actually make it more difficult for the machine to understand and automatically recognize the password and type it in instead of the user. Obviously, the further investigation and the further research on this and how it affects actually the voice recognition patterns is to be done. But yeah, this is the concept that actually can help us to prevent the automatical login. Another way and another option to actually make the passwordless user authorization is to work with the directly with the smartphone device. So basically what we can do is to but first of all, yeah, on the one factor, so the scheme is like this. So we get the voice call, then the GSM gate passes the phone number to the backend server. We can get the password message, we get the password over the voice, and basically we enter that password and we are authorized. So that is the general diagram of this process. Regarding the passwordless authentication that is proposed, it's basically using the features of the smartphones and WebAuthn API, and it actually helps us to just exchange the keys between the phone and the server. So when user requests the login, he enters his, for example, name, and then gets the confirmation for the mobile device. We are showing the confirmation page, clicking confirm, and we are actually authorized. This is done by using the generation of pair of public and private keys. The private key is stored on the phone, and then the backend server encodes some information with the public key, transfer it to phone, so it actually encodes it with the private key, turns it back to server, and what server does is basically checks whether the encryption was done right for this randomly generated text, and if it actually if the phone proves that the key was correct, everything goes well and user is actually logged in. Obviously, the drawback for this is we need to keep the mobile device online, and this requires, in this case, not the GSM, but also the internet connection. So whether it is 3G or LTE, and that is the one of the issues. So basically, this is when the device is not online. The diagram looks like this. So when we go to the requesting about the mobile device data and mobile device public key, we can't get it. Also, we can use it for the authentication of different devices. When I turn back, so we can do it on the different devices. You just send the request from the laptop, for example, login by name, then you receive the confirmation for your mobile device, and you basically can click to add this new device to the pool of your authenticated devices, and that will mean that you can log in using your phone but not remembering any kind of the password. So obviously, the conclusion right here is that the online study systems, for example, for primary schools, secondary schools, or even universities, they usually don't require some complex authentication control, but still we need to do it secure enough and convenient to use for the different categories of students, and for the lifelong learners, for the primary school students, and so on. So those methods that were proposed in my presentation use convenient way to go through the authentication process using the communication channels that are actually more common for the people. They are using this for the daily basis, and this doesn't involve some specific apps or some specific procedures, and that is the good point for the people that are not have strong digital competencies. And obviously, for the systems with large number of users, these authentication methods should be enhanced to make them more secure, more fault-proof, and this is like the further way to improve this research and further work in future for that. So hopefully I've got my time right, and thank you for your attention. And any questions?
Thank you, Marianne. Dear colleagues, any questions? So I have one. Okay, Marianne, do you have some plans to implement widely your approaches as a realization in different technologies?
We definitely want to use it because right now we are undergoing the digital transformation process in our university. So we are introducing more and more different tools to facilitate the learning management process and other things. And basically, probably we want to implement this first of all on our polling system and voting systems, so to make this process more useful. But yeah, we want to actually work on that and practically implement those methods and test it out on live users on our university systems, and with the outcome of that, we can deliver it to something more global.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, let's move on. And the next presenter devoted to the topic effective monitoring of network traffic by means of deep learning. Who will be presenter? Is here Alexander Shipulin, Natalia Barnyuk.
Victory. Okay, thanks, Sergey. I just present this article myself, so maybe take a couple of minutes. I will share my screen somewhere. This one. It is difficult to share the. Oh, I see. We have to share the screen. Sorry about that, but
It's okay. And when we are...
Sergey, it is difficult to share the screen because we have some problem in the documents because oh yes, can you listen to our presentation?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes, good. So I will, as I told, I will speaker. I want to greet all the members, participants of this conference. Of course, my topic is effective monitoring of network traffic by means of deep learning, and we have a couple of co-authors in this article, as you can see on the screen. And
but we do not see your presentation.
You do not see my presentation, yeah? And I shared the screen, but what the trouble is, it is Word file because we have trouble. And now, can you see it on?
It's pity, but not.
Not.
I do not see.
And what the story is? This is difficult not to share. What is this? We'll have a trouble. What the story is? And can you share my screen yourself, no?
No, but it's only my personal.
Okay. The story is... We have no allowance to share the screen, it seems. And no? Can you see my... Not yet.
Not yet.
I don't know really what it is.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe can you send your presentation to my email, for example?
Yes, I would do because, you know, Sergey, my eyes are a little bit ill, so I use the Word file like a presentation, and maybe it makes sense if we'll not switch on. Maybe we'll come on to the other account or something like that. I don't know. It's difficult. Oh, what to know?
As I understand, you are trying to open your Google Drive doc file.
Yes.
So to do this, you have to press button Start Presentation Now, and in the top of the screen, you will have to give an access and choose the correct window.
And choose the correct window somewhere on there.
Is there any, when you're trying to share your screen, you put the button in the bottom of the yes, and do you have pop-up window?
Yes.
And дозволите бачити ваш екран. Really, is it? Do you see this?
But we have no like this option yet.
Yeah, I see. In this case, I don't know how to help you. Maybe you can send your materials to my email. I just have sent my email, and maybe I'll...
Yes, just a second.
Sergey, is it possible to share a screen to show how to do this?
Actually, from my screen, it's impossible because, or maybe...
I can show.
Okay, please. Okay, please.
На почту.
But you will not.
You just send Sergey, we just send our doc file to you.
No, I can also present something else. Do you see now the window or not of children?
Please, Vasil, can you see the tips from colleague? Do you see Marina's screen? She is trying to show you how to share.
Entire screen, and after this I need to click to this screen and share, and it will be sharing.
Just a second. Entire screen.
Try, please.
Sorry. Zasit. Забери. Entire screen, and what is?
After this entire screen, after this you need to click to the screen at the left side and share. Share at the left and the down side.
Entire screen, where is the? Сталася помилка. Виберіть вкладку, якщо хочете. Unfortunately. No. Just Sergey, we just sent you our email.
Have you sent? Because I have no.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, it's a wrong mail.
Maybe it is possible the next presenter.
This is the last one in our section. This is the last because actually, as far as I see, there is no none of colleagues from team of Majida Al-Kabur and Hassan Barak. So this is the last. We have exactly 22 minutes for the last presentation. So, Resent, please, can you? Please resend to mail email esperlisten@gmail.com. Have you sent to my email?
Did I understand right? Vasil Melnik couldn't share his screen, right?
Yes.
I have idea why. I see he presenting a OBS logo, and my propose is he need to switch output device from OBS to internal screen. Maybe it can help.
Yes, maybe it is, but he has to do it.
The time is gone. Maybe speaker can hear.
So it is the last speaker in our section, so we have ability to wait, but Vasil, do you hear us?
I see.
Thank you. Have you sent to my email?
Right, or something like that. It is something blocking on it. No. Okay. Oh, see, no, it's not yet. It's not allowing. Not allowance is indicating on our computer. I don't know what it is really.
So try to send to my email spr@listen@gmail.com. I sent in our chat.
Gmail.com.
I sent in our chat. Do you see our chat?
I have chat. Yeah, I have chat. Well, this one. Okay, just a second, Sergey. Control. Start. File. Yes. Okay. So the letter is sent yet, Sergey? Could you verify?
Waiting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. Yes.
Yes.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh. Okay. It is without topic. The letter without topic. It's not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yes, it's here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, do you see?
Yeah, not yet. Very small. Would you make it more bigger yet? Yes, good. Maybe yes. Yes, it is. So the topic is effective monitoring of network traffic by means of deep learning. I'm sorry about the trouble that was happened, and the contents is including the problem formulation, motivation at the state, methodological base of description, development of the network traffic monitoring system, detection and protection process against attacks, software implementation, and recommendations for a future work and conclusions. And moving and state of the art. In the article, just was developing a network traffic monitoring model that demonstrates high effectiveness of a deep learning in detecting and analyzing network traffic, and which, of course, contributes to ensuring the security and stability of the corporate networks. Just corporate networks, we are backgrounded on it. So we developed an algorithm for detecting and countering potential threats in network traffic that provides some deeper analysis and effective response to cyber threats. Objectives of this research, would you go over? Yeah, thank you. Our protected problem is a development and implementation of a network traffic monitoring system in the cloud infrastructure by using deep learning technologies. Research goal includes a couple of things. Just first of all, increasing the level of efficiency and productivity of corporate networks using a cloud infrastructure. The second one include the improving network security and the ability to detect anomalies and potential threats, reducing the risk of the network incidents, and increasing the reliability of its operation. Third one is including the providing network operations and administrators with tools to analyze the optimized network traffic. Basic concept includes the methodology of based on a Python. Python was the main programming instrument to make the research. Python is considered due to the following advantages. First, machine learning libraries. So we use the libraries to help our programmers to make the overall program. And in our tasks, we decided that these libraries will be the best. And the flexibility, and just a second, you go over, and perceptiveness, community and support, and integration with other tools. So the Python is making a role better than other programming languages. Next one, please. Main results. It is development of network traffic monitoring system includes main stages of the features that include in their blocks choosing necessary tools, IDE, of course, integrated developer environment, that was Python, and version control system, using the version control system like Git helps store and track changes to code, making it easier and for developers to collaborate. And the next parcel is tools for testing, automation, and logging and debugging tasks, because the program is applied, and during the Python tools such as DB to find and fix errors in your code. Performance monitoring tools, of course, are added, and tools for actual automation in the CI/CD processes. Would you please go over? Thank you. The system monitoring, of course, and tools for data visualization as were added, and communication encryption in a network traffic monitoring system. And we will see on the next sheet the scheme, design of basic system part using deep learning developed data processing scheme. First of all, data are collected and sent into the discarded data removing block, and then formalization and standardization is presented on data, and the splitting data into the training and test samples. Next, we add some argumentation if you need, if necessary, and future selection is sending to the data model to model deep learning block. Would you go over next, please? Thank you. Software implementation, design in the architecture. We have to create the cloud infrastructure. We divide the work into the stages and write the configuration for Terraform gradually. First, we have to implement the couple of questions, and first of them is creating a VPS, virtual private cloud, and that is a little bit down, Sergey, please. That is code presented for initialization and creating. Next one, please. And we will see second, it is creation of subnets. After creating a VPS, you need to create subnets. That is tier. And then the third task is configuring the security groups. Security groups act as a virtual firewall for EC2 instances, controlling incoming and outgoing traffic. And the fourth, EC2 deployment, which are virtual servers in the AWS cloud. That means local traffic, local connections, networks. Terraform makes it easier to create them. And of course, we just put the couple of code to create them. And the fifth one includes the configuration of the load balances, which distribute traffic between multiple EC2 instances to ensure high availability. And the cloud infrastructure architecture diagram includes two parts. It is important to have an architecture diagram to visualize the built infrastructure, and such a diagram includes VPCs, subnets, EC2 instances, security group, and load balances. And a little bit up, Sergey, please. Just we can see the part of code for Nginx configuration. And next step, we will create in a data object using Terraform, please. That is the function of a code. And to transfer a configuration file to an EC2 instances, it is necessary to transfer it through the user data directive. Data preparation and processing is presented in a Python code, as you can see on the screen, on the sheet, yes. It includes a couple of things that put in the program code the real model, but they'll be more wider than that. I want to add, and next, please. Model training and vesting. After the model is built, it is trained on the training data and then tested on the test set. And you can see the test part of code, which is presented here with the main functions, which are branching on the other very wide code. So next, please, is model development training and evaluation. After the processing the log data, we create a neural network model using, I just want to repeat, neural network model using TensorFlow and Keras. You know what is. Model integration includes the following stages. First, deployment of EC instances through Terraform, then setting up a cron task to regularly execute a log parsing script and check them with the machine learning model. Next, third one, it is sending notifications. If potentially dangerous traffic is detected, the script should respond it. and then about it, and sending notification on the just email or messenger. That depends what will be taken into account to send it where and to where. And next one, please. We just presented the approximate graph. It is number of logs for just trying or exploring, and on the axis X is number of logs for the training accuracy in the model. That we believe we just will have very big just research, but we believe this data will be confirmed in research, and we just got it, and it has to be verified more carefully. That will be next our part of research. And the next one, please. Optimizing and improving infrastructure and systems. The following stages are considered fine-tuning hyperparameters, use of the extended data, application of other deep learning models, and cloud infrastructure. Would you please up? Cloud infrastructure optimization. Further research may include the following stages: resource scaling. It needs to be more sharp, I want to say, but how to explain you that maybe it needs to be sharp in some things to present on the graphs. And scaling automation, of course, we have to automate our process and be precise in the measures. Explaining security and reliability measures, implementation of secure communication channels, using the encryption to protect the data in transit between cloud infrastructure and users. That is important. And data backup, regular backup of data and models to prevent loss of important information, and of course monitoring. And conclusions: we have developed network traffic monitoring system using deep learning technologies and means, ensuring the reliability, performance, and security of information systems. The implemented model demonstrates the high efficiency of deep learning in the detection and analysis of the network traffic, which contributes to the security and stability of corporate network. And the last one, the development algorithms are able to detect and counter potential threats in the network traffic, providing deeper analysis and effective response in the cyber threats. Thank you very much for attention. I'm sorry about the technical problems that we have all together. Thank you very much. And
okay, dear colleagues, any questions? Yes, Marina, please.
I have some questions about your neural network and which models did you use? When you had talked about different functions, activation functions,
yes,
you had shown that two variants you use, sigmoid and ReLU.
Yeah.
Why these two activation functions? Because there are many activation functions and they have different advantages or disadvantages. Why did you use these two? And also we didn't solve which variant of, did you use softmax or something like this at the last layer? of your neural network, or not?
Of course, Mariana, thank you for the question. Of course, I want to say that I accented on a 2-1 because they are more reliable in our eyes. You know what the research is showing us result, and we'll try to compare, and just 2 of them were selected. And the other part of questions was that would you repeat this, Mariana? The second part of questions were to use or what, something like that.
About what did you use at the last layer of your neural network? Because, for example, for one layer you used sigmoid. For next layer you used ReLU. No, for example, in my work I use another because I understand
Mariana, what I want to say.
I'm sorry, but you interrupt me.
Okay. I know that you are interested in these things, but you said that you are using the other one, but it was taken a decision that we are using these things. Of course, we are trying to go to the real corporation and put on a real, very deep exploring this, then we'll change our minds, or it depends on the result that we'll get on it, So I accented only 2, but it is just it is better in our eyes. What will be the next one? I don't know. It shows the results. But
you used only 2 layers, yes?
Yeah.
In your network. And what
but
did you...
I want to say, sorry, my interruption, Mariana, we just tried more better, and we just got the results on this, and we believe up to this time, we believe that this result is more better, so I accented it, maybe on a real corporation work, as we are going to do, we'll change our mind,
Did you know another activation functions more than sigmoid and ReLU?
I'm not ready because it need to pick up the article. And
yes, I asked you because, for example, I did this comparison for activation functions in 13 pages. I have the results of comparison because there are many, not only 2. And also I asked you about, did you use soft marks or no?
Oh, soft marks.
Not marks.
I need to ask the people who did this part of the work, soft marks, maybe just we had a conversation with this, but maybe it's difficult to answer me, because another
I understand. And
sorry.
About your model, because you said that you used TensorFlow and used Keras to develop the model. I don't understand. To develop the model, you used framework, which help us to do software on Python, for example.
Yeah.
And Keras, this is a library with methods.
Yes.
I don't understand how did you develop the model with using framework and with using library of method.
Python library.
No, Keras, this is library for Python, yes, where you can find all methods, mathematical, statistical methods.
Okay, so...
But where is the model and how you can do this?
I just show you the diagram. And
no, you can develop or you can use ready models. When you write in Python the software, the program, you need, for example, database. And which database did you use? We didn't saw in your
maybe,
program.
okay, that ty masz rozpечатану статью, which kind of database we used? Just people are here, some, and maybe HBase or what? I don't know. Okay, so unfortunately, it need to call to developers. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Really, developers were used some base, and they were made the code. So,
because if you present us the new model, we need to understand how you developed it. If you use ready models, also there are very large number of ready models, and yes, you can use them, but you don't develop them. You use the ready model. Or about databases, did you develop database of cyber attacks or vulnerabilities or what? Or you used ready databases?
Ушкодження чи атаки були, що враховані? It's maybe attacks. Yeah, the attacks were being quoted. Yeah, attacks.
It was ready database, or you did this?
Just not me. Just developers were did.
So your team developed database of different cyber attacks, and you used in your program link to this database. Is this correct?
No, I just not use direct link somewhere. Sergey, would you show my presentation, please?
Now, when you write in Python the program, you will use the command, which will link to database.
Of course. So maybe where is the link? We were used the program code. Input stages. Very well saying the links.
And here I can see that you used 4 layers, and also you used cross entropy as metric.
Yeah. No.
I can see here that you used already models import sequential. This is already. This is not yours models.
Sorry again.
No, we can see in your program from TensorFlow Keras models you import. You
Just not here.
Ready.
Import is yes.
Import, this is ready model, and you
sequential,
use
dense,
database
and then
No, here in this part of the program, you don't use database of cyber attacks. Maybe in your program.
Vulnerabilities. Okay.
Because here I can't see any information about cyber attacks.
Maybe it is.
Here you only build the network, neural network, and not with 2 layers, with 4 layers.
Maybe it is on another part of code. Maybe we were not included yet.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe, yes, really. Because really, this one.
Okay, colleagues, thank you for your discussion.
Thank
you for your reports, for your answers, for your questions, of course. I suppose our work was very fruitful, and now we have our lunchtime. So see you in the next sessions. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye now.
Bye.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Now will be session Human Factor. Workshop 1, Human Machine Cooperation and Risk Management in Critical System. Yes? Are you ready to work in session 1?
Yes, we are ready.
You listen me. Yes, now starting from Slusar, Vadim. After next report, you listen me or not?
Yes, we are listening to you.
Yes. No, and our session, I stop my presentation about our session. And Chair Vladimir Zaslavsky here, professor from University of Shevchenko, and I am Shmilova Tatiana from National Aviation University. And maybe started our session. The first, Sklar. Ой, нет, Slusar. Here, Slusar, the first report and presentation. Slusar and Begun, integration mixture of expert into transform. No, here now or not here? No, our session started. ID 15, Vadim Slusar. Here. If not here, maybe second report. I not see the first, Vadim Slusar. Not? Okay. Vladimir, maybe second report.
Tatiana, also I would like to ask you about, because we finished session, but report before,
No report.
Before session, it was some question, because we finished with
No, now was lunch. And
yes, but lunch. What about Irina Manulyak, Stefan Malunishin, and Mariam Sabanicha? We have not this report, or because it was report before lunch.
No, lunch was, but now work session.
Yes, but before lunch, we not see two reports. You see, before lunch we not see two reports.
Before lunch?
Yes, 73 and 111.9.
No, yes, 100 said no. Now the first part of our session, the first report, Vadim Slusar, but not Vadim Slusar here, and second report. No, our
and you
list. Yes.
Yes, it's your report now.
Yes,
second.
Of course.
No problem. Please.
No, second report, ID 25. This is our report.
Yes.
Of the Kovalyov, Shmilova, I am Sikerda, and
welcome.
Yatsko. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Asklar, Slusar. Maybe.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You hear, Slusar? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
4 minutes. Our session started. No, okay. Started, please, your report presentation.
Yes.
Okay. The first report, Vadim Slusar and Natalia Begun, integration mixture of expert into transformers agriculture, to control drones, marvs. Okay, please, on our computer, upload presentation.
I tried to share my
no, your presentation, please.
My presentation, yeah. So
no, we are waiting. Yes.
Did you see?
Yes.
Presentation, yeah.
But
no, it's
audience window. Close the.
So you don't see this slides?
Yes, you see, but close window with audience window. What is it?
Some alert window. You can click on the.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Please continue.
Sorry. My name is Natalia Begon, and I'm a PhD student at the Central Research Institute of Armaments and Military Equipment of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I'll be presenting our work on integrating mixture of experts into transformers architecture to control UAV swarms. I'm thrilled to present this research to you today. So let's explore aspects of our work and how it can significantly enhance UAV swarms management. So this slide outlines the presentation key topic. The presentation will explore how a mixture of experts architecture enhance UAV swarms control efficiently and adaptively. Current UAV swarms systems face significant challenges in managing complex tasks and dynamic environments. Traditional control methods often struggle with sheer volume and data generated by swarms of drones, leading to performance limitation and reduced adaptability. This is particularly critical in mission requiring rapid decision making, such as a rescue operation of or complex surveillance tasks. Exciting solutions often rely on a centralized control algorithm, which can become bottleneck when dealing with numerous UAV swarms. Furthermore, the limited computation resources and communication bandwidth of individual UAV pose significant constraints on the complexity of the algorithm they can utilize. We can solution that can distribute the workload efficiently and adapt to changing conditions in real time. As illustrated in previous research, the state of the art already demonstrates the potential benefits of using both mixture of experts and transformers. Yet there are often problems in scalability and resource efficiently. So our research aim is to bridge this gap and by creating a system with higher flexibility and performance. The main goal of this research is to optimize the task allocation in UAV swarms by integrating mixture of expert models into transformer architecture. Using the specialized capabilities of MOE, each expert focused on specific tasks such as image processing, navigation, or communication. This allows for dynamic tasks, allocation, and more efficient use of computing resources. Our integration aimed to increase the overall efficiency of UAV swarms operating in dynamic and complex environments, where real-time adaptation and efficient data processing are essential for mission success. This research will yield a resource-efficient UAV swarms control system, outperforming current state-of-art approaches. Results will be presented demonstrating both theoretical and practical advantages. This slide introduces a mixture of expert architecture and its role in our UAV system in swarms. MOE leverages specific subnetworks called like experts to handle different aspects of a complex task. This approach differs from traditional monolithic models, enabling more precise and efficient handling of that data. Experts focus on specific tasks like visual processing, navigation, leading to potentially improved accuracy and responsiveness. These diagrams illustrated the fundamental structure of MOE model. The experts are connected through a gating network, which dynamically selected the most appropriate experts for given input based on its characteristic. This dynamic selection allows the system to adjust its resources and processing to match the tasks complexly and the current condition of the UAV swarms. The dynamic selection of experts empowers the system to handle integrate tasks such as those encountered in UAV missions. This slide shows how MOE lawyers get priority data for specific UAV tasks. Each token presents a data point such as sensor readings, communication, or navigation instruction. The initial routing stage assigned these tokens to specialized experts based on their relevance. For instance, a token contains visual data from a camera would be assigned to a vision expert, while temporary signals would go to a dedicated telemetry expert. This initial assignment ensures the most efficient handling of diverse information. The permutation step then groups these tokens according to their assigned experts, facilitating parallel processing. This current steps allows the system to handle multiple current tasks, potentially improving the response times. Importantly, tokens extending capacity, those are discredited, preventing overloading and maintaining system stability. Finally, the output from each expert is unpermitted, scaled by its probability and integrated to procedure unified results. This tailored approach to data management is especially critical for UAVs, where real-time decisions must be made based on a wide variety of constantly changing data sources. This diagram illustrates a core innovation in our system, a distributed MOE transformers architecture tailored from UAV swarms control. The inherent structure of the transformers with separate encoder and decoder components is ideal for decentralized steps. The encoders positioned directly on each UAV processed incoming data such as sensors reading or communication locally. This decentralization allows for real-time data processing, reducing latency and ensuring the system remains responsible even in challenging network environments. The local processing on the UAVs enables faster initial decision making. Meanwhile, the decoder responsible for more complex decision making is located centrally, such as ground station with high communicational power. By separating the task in this way, the system ensures the UAVs can handle immediate data needs, while the sophisticated resource intensive processing happens centrally. This space between distributed encoding and centralized decoding allows the swarms to adapt to real-time conditions while maintaining robust communication, even when network links are intermittent or degraded. This more detailed view reveals the integration with MOE lawyers, where specialization tasks are handled directly by onboard experts. Each UAV in the swarm is equipped with MOE lawyers that allows for real-time tasks execution, such as processing visual data, optimizing navigation, and analyzing weather condition. This decentralization approach improves efficiently by enabling each drone to handle critical tasks independently, reducing reliance on communication with a central station. The gating mechanism with the system ensure the most relevant experts are selected for each task, making the system adaptable to real-time demands of the mission while efficiently using available resources. Communication, even network links are intermittent on without connection. Presented the system a decentralized encoding design and deployed on individual UAVs significantly enhance real-time responsivities and resemblance. On this slide demonstrates advantages and disadvantages our solution for Moyer transformers for UAV swarms between centralized system. In concern centralized system, experience had higher latency and are more variable to communication, especially in complex environments. The distributed natures of our architecture enables faster response time and greater mission continually. In conclusion, our research demonstrates a clear benefits of integrating a mixture of experts with transformers architecture for UAV swarms control. This approach significantly improves tasks allocation adaptedly and resource efficiently, enabling the system to handle complex mission in the dynamic environments. The decentralized architecture optimizes computational resources, reducing latency and ensuring responsibilities. Looking ahead, our future work will focus on the real-world testing, further optimization for larger swarms, and improving experts specialization. Additionally, we plan to explore new architecture such as Kolmogorov-Arnold networks to enhance performance. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any question you have.
No, thank you. Very interesting report. Any questions?
Sorry for my English.
No, our English same for us. Any questions? No, I have a question about drone, because on our department we are training operator of drones. I have a question about drone. This is a group, ROI, or cloud of drone. On slide in start, this is a group of drone. Yes.
Yes. So this is a swarm. This is like for Ukrainian RI. So
yes,
this is a group of UAV. Yeah, UAVs, drones,
also, yes,
etc.
What task, target task, mission of this drone in smart city or in smart control? No.
In our research, we concentrate our view on rescue missions and rescue and navigation.
Yes.
And monitoring, yeah. Yes. Navigation monitoring without something attack and
a number of experts in your task experts.
Okay, in present we we provide our research about 20 experts.
20. Yes.
20, yeah. Maybe more, but we don't.
No, this is a problem.
Investigate, because we don't investigate this with more experts.
No, thank you. Very interesting report. Any questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And the second report, please close your presentation. Yes. And our presentation, second report from National Aviation University. And now starting my report. You can see report.
Yes, we can see.
Yes. No, with a second report, I'm speaker in this report. This is a report from National Aviation University, Intelligent Multimodal Human Machine Collaboration System for Safety and Security in Cockpit. This is the avionic. After in this report, Kovalov, Yuri, Tatiana Shmilova, I am Sikirda Yulia, air traffic controller, and Maxim Yatsko, pilot, but now in flight. This is our team in this research on this slide. And about main goals in this publication, develop design and principle of intelligence multimodal human machine collaborative system for safety and security in cockpit in aircraft. Present different examples of decision-making in emergency situation, and present example of collaborative decision-making situation only one source of power remains in aircraft. No, this is pictures about our team, because many operator collaborative decision-making team, because this is a problem in aviation, coordination of opinion, lot specialist team operator in emergency, especially. No, about human factor problems, with a problem from last years, shall reason many models, and in this year, on this slide, you can see a chronological table of development, evolution, human factor models. But yesterday I see now, yes, aviation clean energies. Last year was human factor and collaborative decision-making, pilot and engineer and air traffic controller. No, this is a conceptual models for decision with problem, human factor problem. Many operators and many opinions and many reasons from this problem. And on this slide now, development artificial intelligence in aviation, and examples how artificial intelligence implementation in aviation on this slide. And ICAO, IATA, Eurocontrol, and many work now about artificial intelligence. What is it? Artificial intelligence support or participant. And in this year, I was in Neapel, Italy, and on summer school about artificial intelligence in managing in aviation traffic flow shaping and future of air mobility for drones. Very interesting meeting in Neapel. And how building artificial intelligence system from expert system, this is the opinion, how will artificial intelligence for support in situation, and step by step, machine learning, deep learning, and now we are using combined nature and artificial intelligence solution in emergency situation. Now, in left, this is a model in aviation, in right, this is our models about collaborative decision-making. No, what is it? Collaborative decision-making, starting from airport. But now we are using collaborative decision-making from pilot, air traffic controller, engineer, flight dispatch in emergency situation, in collaborative decision-making in education too. And our methods in research, from integration of decision-making models and collaborative decision-making models, and now decision-making models in education too. Now, this is a slides example of collaborative decision-making, many opinions, and improve this lot of opinions using decision-making risk, decision-making uncertainty, and neural network, artificial intelligence too. And after this improving, one opinion, collaborative decision-making in emergency situation too. Now, this is the second method, how obtained collaborative decision-making. Third method, come back and control. and collaborative decision making in education too. Now our students have training of collaborative decision making in education. And now we are presenting in avionic. What is it? Many avionic, you know, now we have glass avionic on aircraft. And our proposal, intelligence multimodal human machine collaboration system for safety and security in cockpit for pilots on Boeing, for example. No, this is a type of this multimodal human machine collaboration. And this avionics decision making in simple situation. If we have complexity problem, this system may decision making, but if we have very difficult problem, only pilot in this situation. And in this paper, we proposed 3 examples. The first examples how avionic decision making in a simple complex situation, and second example, decision making in emergency. This is a support for pilot. And third example, this is a flight from Luxembourg to Zurich, and problem because absent electricity in aircraft. And the main factors for decision making, distance in decision making, emergency decision making in Luxembourg. Now on this slide, initial date for this example, for situation only one source of power in aircraft, and decision making in Luxembourg. Now this is a problem consider of our pilot now in flight on Boeing. And last our research about intelligence control model in intelligence decision support system, and opinion and initial data for this model from pilot, air traffic controller, flight dispatch, and training this system, machine learning system, and about this system in this paper. Last time was, and training and obtained result machine learning in narrow solution. Now we are trying collab in Google. You know, I think about collab, and obtaining this result using Python in collab, and results of decision making images in emergency situation. No, this is the conclusion of this site. You can see. Thank you for attention. And any question? Maybe. Just a moment. Any question about our research about intelligence system for aircraft in avionics and decision making in different situation, but pilot the main in this situation, and only human decision making in complexity situation. No, I think maybe you think another. Any questions? You can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Your question about decision making in emergency and avionics. No, this is on aircraft equipment, on aircraft for flight. Any questions? No. I think not question. No, this is an interesting topic, but this is a decision making in emergency situation for aviation operator. So next report, Kalatusha Vladimir.
Yes, I think I am ready.
Here, please, your presentation. This is a presentation Kalatusha from National Aviation University 2, professional competencies, formation of aviation operators as response to changes of air transport system. About training of air traffic controller. Yes?
Yes.
Please, your presentation on our computer. Yeah,
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, now.
Thank you. Good day, all participants. I am Vladimir Kalatusha, National Aviation University, UK. My presentation is named Professional Competencies Formation of the Aviation Operators as a response to changes in air transport system. The goal of the presentation is formation of new competencies by aviation operators, I mean future air traffic controllers and pilots, as a response to emerging threats to the air transport system. The increasing technological and organizational complexity of the air transport system underscores the necessity for the development and enhancement of professional training for aviation personnel, particularly within the constraints of time and resources. On the other hand, the emergence of new technological threats that have a negative impact of aviation activities require the formation of new knowledge, new skills, new competencies for aviation operators as a response for these threats. One of the threats is so-called GPS spoofing, when navigation information about the position of aircraft is significantly destroyed. At present time, it is very, very big problems for civil aviation. What will be with aircraft in case of jamming or spoofing? Incoherence in navigation position, abnormal differences between ground speed and true airspeed, time shift, problems with initial navigation systems, and so on. So aircraft will have wrong information about its positions. And for aviation, it is very big problems. As you can see, distribution by flight phases of GPS signal failure is approximately 28% during landing phase. Landing phase, it is very important for pilots and air traffic controllers. A lot of information during descending, a lot of aircraft in the vicinity of aerodrome, and walking. And air traffic controllers and pilots have problems with working environment, especially when aircraft is landed on unknown aerodrome. So, GPS spoofing case was chosen as an example of formation of new competencies as a response to new threats for air transport system. And what method we propose? Method of situation-based training was chosen as a mechanism for formation of new competencies. Why this method? The research conducted among students, I mean future air traffic controllers and pilots, in National Aviation University, and processing of obtained results showed both a preference for situation-based method and the interest in joint professional training for at least 2 semesters. So, future air traffic controllers and pilots prefer receiving educational material under supervision of a teacher instructor, transforming it into practical actions, simulation training, as a part of group or team. The transition from theory to effective practical actions has the highest preference among future air traffic controllers and pilots. And present time, we have very paradoxical situations. Future pilots and air traffic controller must work as a single team, pilot plus air traffic controller. But at present time, they study separately, fully separately. So future air traffic controllers and pilots, suppose they have joined training, as it means during 2 semesters as a single team. And so the method of situation-based training in unified educational environment using the situation GPS failure. So we have situation-based schedule. Of course, taking into account adaptation of training material to the professional situation, the students preferred individual learning styles, the time allocation can and will be vary. The method of situation-based training consists of a real flight situation is simulated in which ab initio future air traffic control pilots must achieve the required competence under the supervising control of the teacher or instructor. Virtual modeling of the situation GPS failure. In the process of descending for aerodrome Kyiv-Boryspil, the crew reported GPS failure and requested navigation assistance from air traffic controller, radar vectoring from the approach unit to make a landing approach. To have a final decision about the aerodrome landing, the crew requested and received meteorological conditions, aeronautical informations, and so on of the runways at aerodromes of Odessa, Kharkov, Dnipro, and Lviv aerodromes. For choosing the most suitable options for completing the flight in terms of minimizing negative consequences, reduction risk, the metrics of possible decision metrics are calculated. Metrics for possible decision from the pilot's point of view, from the ATCA's point of view, and collaborative decision metrics using WALT criterion and Gurev's criterion. And for the final CDM, collaborative decision making, option B1, Kyiv-Boryspil aerodrome, was chosen as the most optimal in terms of understanding and minimizing of subjectivity in the context of limited and uncertain information. Based on the results of virtual modeling using the situation-oriented method, table below shows the new competencies formed and their elements that the ATCA pilots team has to demonstrate and which, in accordance with the established performance criteria, will be used to make a ready or not ready conclusion regarding activities in conditions of GPS signal failure during the descent and landing stage. So we have new competence for ATCA, and elements of competence will be checked by instructor. And so we have new competence for pilot and element of competence for pilot. As you can see, we have a lot of common features between ATCAs and pilots competencies. But I say again, at present time, future ATCAs and pilots are studied separately. So we proposed joint training future aviation operators, pilots and controllers during 2 semesters in joint education environment. Conclusion and future work. Future research will be focused on the adoption of situation-based training methods to the individual learning style of future air traffic controllers and pilots. Because air traffic controllers and pilots, it is very, very important specialist in aviation system. If a competent team work, negative consequences as a rule can be avoided. Literature, and as a conclusion again, it is practically impossible for every real flight or air traffic controller shift to proceed perfectly. But this doesn't mean the final result of the ATCA pilot team cannot be safe. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, very interesting report. I know about your research, little know. But any question, colleagues? Any question about training of pilot and air traffic controller and how training to be together? Any question? Because I have question, many question. I have question about your example about flight to Borispol and problem with navigation, GPS navigation spoofing or problem. But question about how connect pilot and air traffic controller dispatch in this situation. What task we decision together? How this problem decision? We have problem with navigation, GPS. But landing in Borispol, how decision this problem? Task for air traffic controller and pilot. If we know about task, we study this task in education. How task you present in your report task, problem task. Vectoring, maybe vectoring.
Yes. ICAO and IATA tell pilots if you have any problems with GPS failure, you must request navigation assistance from air traffic controllers. From this moment, air traffic controllers will be
know about vectoring in this situation.
Yeah.
Yes. We study
radar vectoring. For example, course 130 degrees, descent to altitude, and so on. Turn right to course 15 degrees, and so on. So, a traffic controller must be ready for the situation, and pilot must be ready for the situation. Final decision will be for pilots, but in this situation, pilots very rely on air traffic controller.
Yes, understood. But this is a problem in education for pilot and air traffic controller. Why this problem decision? What do you think about why this problem decision in our education?
I see. Join training at least for 2 semesters. And for example, future air traffic controller must visit flight simulators during sometimes. For example, when I was in aviation college, we have flight training during 55 years or 55 hours. During 55 hours, we have flight practice, future air traffic controllers, and future pilots, in this case, must visit ATCAS simulators. So, if you want to understand another, you must have this point of view as a pilot, and pilots must have approximately view what do air traffic controllers in this time. So you have crossed training, practical training and theoretical training.
No, yes, thank you. No, this is interesting because collaborative decision making in education too must be for pilot, air traffic controller, for us too, for all students in IT too, because we are working in life together. Any question, colleagues? Not question. No, the next presentation and report from Ship Kumar Saraf and about multifaceted future extraction. Here, Ship Kumar and presentation. Thank you. Here, ID 57 about machine learning approaches for mortality risk prediction and predict intensive care. About medicine, maybe. Here or not? Ship. I not see.
I not see also.
Yes. The next slide. Maybe they present and we are included in our presentation. The next slide, Yuri Puchkalenko and Vladimir Zaslavsky.
Yes, yes.
Multi-scale SEN localization based on composite network for remote sensing imageries. A case study on critical infrastructure. Oh, here. Oh, yeah. Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri Pushkarenko, yes. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. Just a second.
Your presentation, please.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
All right. So let's get started. Welcome everyone to this presentation on multi-scale SIM localization for remote sensing imageries with a focus on detecting damage to critical infrastructure. This work was carried out by myself, Yuri Pushkarenko, it's me, and Professor Vladimir Zaslavsky from the Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. Okay, today's presentation will cover some motivation for this research, state-of-the-art methods, and the objective of our work. We will dive into the main results we got, explaining how we overcome specific challenges during this particular research, and we will finish with a real-world case study in Ukraine and our conclusions. So, as you can see, with the exponential growth of remote sensing data, current methods face challenges in efficiently processing and analyzing such large data sets. Convolutional neural networks like CNNs are limited due to their small receptive field, making them inadequate for large-scale damage assessment. Vision transformers, it's a good solution, but while more powerful, are computationally expensive and less efficient for large data sets and near real-time making decisions. So this makes damage detection in critical infrastructures like bridges and energy grids a really complex problem. So you can see that for today we have a lot of different sources of satellite imageries and remote sensing imageries. So it's satellites, it's UAV, balloons, airplanes, and so on. Also, we can see that we have a current method limitations, and of course you can see the some example of satellite imageries with some specific localizations for some specific bridges, airports, power energy grids, and so on. So let's go further. Okay, our objective is to develop a scalable and accurate framework that can balance both global and local damage detection. Traditional methods struggle with this dual requirement, and our solution integrates the strengths of CNNs and vision transformers, optimizing them for a specific task of detecting large-scale damage, while still capturing fine details like cracks, some damages, some small damages, big damages, and so on. The main challenge we face is a limited receptive field in traditional convolutional neural networks, which makes it difficult to capture the full global context of a large infrastructures. This often leads to missed localized damage, such as small cracks, when analyzing large structures, and our research aims to address this issue by expanding the receptive field. But you can see that on the image we have different strategies, not we, but the current situation in computer vision communities, the different strategies for analyzing such problems and imageries. So for A, we have a predict from multiple image scales with a single filter size. So as you can see, it's quite not scalable and problematic because it takes a really huge number of computational times. We of course, we can do predict from a single feature map with a multiple filter size. You can see it. And that's a problem because we can control the attention between a different context. For example, we cannot do the localization, for example, for ships and for power energy grids. And that's a problem because it's a two different context. So this is a challenge. Also, we can predict from topmost feature map with a single filter size. Of course, that's less computational expensive, but the same situation as a big problem, that we have some problems with localizing some context. And predict from multiple feature maps with a multiple filter size. Yeah, we have a context, but we don't have a computational effective thing. So how we can address these problems? First of all, to overcome this limitation, we combine a global convolutional network, which is already defined in some most popular paper. It's a large kernel methods improve semantic segmentation by global convolutional network, which captures broader global features. And with a swing transformer, which refines local details using attention mechanisms. And some interesting thing, the SC module, it's like a special cross-scale convolution model. I'm sorry. Ensures that both global and local features are balanced, providing an effective solution to the receptive field problem. Okay, let's go further. Our proposed framework consists of three key components. First, the GCN, it's a global convolutional network, is responsible for extracting global features at a regional scale. Next, the swing transformer focuses on refining those details using attention mechanism, allowing us to some kind of on a machine state to zoom in on critical damage. Finally, the SCSC module combines and balances features from multiple scales, ensuring precise damage localization across all levels. So you can see the network on the screen, and to build and test our model, we used a high-resolution image from multiple sources, included datasets from Maxar Technologies and crowdsourced imageries. The data is processed through the GSM for global scene analysis, then the swing transformer zoom in for local damage identification, and finally the SCSC integrates all features for accurate damage localization. So not so big deal. The GCN is a critical in expanding the receptor field. So we should think about that as a global context. So we don't think about it like some small things on imageries. By using large convolutional kernels, the network can capture the full context of the scene, which is essential when assessing large-scale damage like the collapse of an entire breach. And mathematically, this is represented by convolving the input image X with a large kernel W, producing an output feature map X prime. This process allows the network to extract broad regional features efficiently. The swing transformer in their way plays a key role in focusing, as I said before, some kind of zooming on a specific areas of interest, such as cracks or structural damage. So you can see Irpin breach near Kiev. It uses non-overlapping windows and attention mechanism to efficiently detect local damage within a large-scale scenes. This method ensures that even the smallest details are not missed, especially when combined with a global context from the GCN. So you can see a really standard formula where we can describe the work of attention mechanism. So you can see an attention with a 3 vectors: query, key, and value, and softmax function. So let's go further. Actually, the SC module balances global and local features to ensure accurate damage detection across multiple scales. By combining features from both the GCN and swing, the SC prevents the loss of important details or global context, ensuring that both large and small damage areas are captured. This mathematical operation sums features from different scales, weighting them appropriately to balance global and local context. So here is how the receptive field expansion happens mathematically. You can see it. And first, the GCN uses large kernels, as I said before, to capture global context by convolving the entire scene, which expands the receptive field significantly compared to traditional CNNs. Next, the swing transformer applies attention mechanism, focusing on important details within a local window. So we should understand it. Our framework, let's go through our results, like quantitative performance results. Our framework outperformed traditional CNNs, CNN-based methods across several key metrics, including precision, recall, and standard intersection over union. For example, our proposed model achieved an intersection over union 88.3%, significantly higher than the traditional CNN model, which had an intersection over union of 84.05%. These results demonstrate the effectiveness of our approach in capturing damage at both global and local scales. Also, we tested our model against several well-established methods, including UNet, SIGNet, and vision transformers across 2 datasets, XBD and crowdsourced aerial imageries. In all cases, our model outperformed the alternatives with a higher precision, recall F1 score and intersection over union. These highlight the robustness of our framework in different scenarios and across different data sets. This visual example shows how our model effectively detects damage at both global and local levels. And scene 1, we focus on specific cracks detected within a larger structure. And scene 2, we see the broader analysis of a full breach with localized damage areas clearly marked. The combination of GCN and SWIN allows for this dual focus. So it's actually it's in Mariupol city, so near epicenter. And another one, in a real-world case study, our framework was applied to assess damage to critical infrastructure in Ukraine, including bridges and power plants and special buildings. When I say special buildings, I mean some buildings that related or either critical infrastructure, either military units. The model detected 95% of the damage across 300 plus buildings, significantly outperforming traditional CNN methods. This application highlights the framework's potential for faster, more accurate damage assessment in conflict zones. So it's because we know that conflict zones, it's a big deal because we have no any access to conflict zones. I mean, civil engineering people or rescue teams. So we need to some kind of identify it more faster in more faster way and to understand what's going on there. And in conclusion, our model successfully solves the receptive field problem, allowing for both global and local damage detection in a single model. It outperforms traditional methods, particularly in large-scale damage scenarios. Future work will primarily focus, I suppose, on optimizing the model for SAR data and applying the framework to natural disaster damage detection, because it's also that's like another problem that we should solve, as well as providing a visual geo search. So when we, for example, when we found some cracks or issues or damages and some breaches, we should provide some understanding where the problem is. So with this particular thing, we should identify and geocode this object or this feature to some real coordinates, I mean geo-coordinates, and to get some information about the area of interest. So that's it from my side. Thank you, everyone, and maybe I'm happy to take any questions. Anyway.
Thank you. Very interesting report. And any question? Because I have question too. Have question. No, to connect. I have a question about your new approach for improving vision. And no, for example, damage you obtained using aircraft, drone, satellites, and your model obtained new vision about the damage using data or from one source.
Of course. Actually, let me. I understand your question. Actually, it doesn't matter what the source is. So it can be aerial imagery, satellite imagery, as you said. It can be UAV imagery, and so on. For model, it also doesn't matter which one to provide in input. We can use any imageries. The problem here is how we train the system to understand what kind of imagery we trying to process. Because, for example, satellite images has different spectrals. So different layers and spectrals. For example, just a simple imagery from your mobile phone has only 3 channels, yeah, RGB. And for example, if we are talking about of satellite images, we have multiple channels with a different spectrals. So it's called like multispectral, hyperspectral imageries, and that's one problem that we need to solve. We should understand which kind of imageries we gonna put to input. So
This combine together, these images, no, together combine and approach initial date from different sources and combine aggregation together with informational in your program, if together from different sources.
Yeah, it can be done by providing some engineering solutions. So it's not scientific solutions, but more engineering solutions. So of course we can use different sources at the same time, any sources at the same time. But for this particular task, we need to provide some engineering ecosystem to process all at once. For example, some pipelines, some big data processors, and so on. So it's not like a scientific story. It's more about engineering things, and of course it can be done. Of course.
No, yes, interesting, very interesting. But effectiveness of your process, this is a real-time, all-time monitoring of this infrastructure, or discrete, or all-time?
It's a near real-time. That means that, for example, if we have some problem, yeah, for example, European breach. So we have some disaster event, yeah, for example, at some time. First of all, we need to obtain these imageries. It's some time. It's plus n plus t to obtain these imageries. The second thing, we need to process this imagery. It's probably 50 to up to 50 minutes. That depends on how many channels this imagery has, and that's a near real-time thing.
No, yes, no. Sometimes and no, must for this critical infrastructure.
Yeah, of course.
Every time, yes. Very interesting. Any question, colleagues? Yeah. No, I have question too, but in wish together in one town in Kyiv. Interesting, because on aircraft, for example, your approach for the match in flight, in aircraft, in flight, every time, and monitoring for for equipment on aircraft, maybe. And predicting emergency, predicting No, using your approach.
What kind of emergency you mean?
Emergency engine failure, for example, and or hydraulic problem. No, predicting this emergency situation in flight, and predicting and decision making before this emergency situation using your program.
Yeah, I'm ready to answer your question. I'm not sure that's the scope of this particular model, but of course, in your particular case, in detecting some problems or emergent situation on aircrafts, it's probably should be utilized some other models that's probably already researched and defined or implemented. But for this particular model, it's not applicable case. We are optimizing only the problems that's related to imageries from some remote sensing types. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes,
it's not kind of the same issue, the same task.
Maybe it's some found a defect in technical services and technical and scientific support, engine or flight, full flight, and
before flight. Yes, for example, icing before flight, but in flight icing because before flight not did icing for aircraft. No, this is a problem. Students many tasks have about this. Decision, the main decision using your artificial intelligence neural network.
The one thing probably I should think here is is to how you can make your model faster in terms of performance for aircrafts, because aircrafts is some kind of a very real-time thing. So you don't have any time for decision making. You need to you should make sure that you are making decisions very very quickly, and in this case, not artificial intelligence not a good case, because artificial intelligence takes a lot of resources to make decision. Maybe a classical algorithms will be
support for pilot your artificial intelligence, because it has mistake too. Only support.
Yeah, understood.
Situations.
Yeah, in this way, yeah, agree.
Any questions, colleagues, to Yuri and Vladimir? Oh, about ship Kumar. Here, ship Kumar report. Так, next report, Ibrahim Didmanidze and Irma Brationi. Here, Olga Yamkova and Vladimir Zaslavsky. Here.
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
good afternoon.
Irma, yes. Please, your presentation, your report. Dependable artificial intelligence, digital practice, and ethical. Ethical. This is a good problem, a big problem. Ethical evaluation for artificial intelligence too. Character of artificial intelligence. This is a very big problem.
Dear organizers, please help me. How can I?
No,
my present technical
square in там такая стрелка.
Там какого цвета можете сказать?
No, put button with button, no, square in button and put your presentation on our interface.
Ну, какой button, вы не знаете?
Ну, Putin, стрелочка там, квадрат.
Стрелочка?
Да, стрелка. Putin.
Подождите, пожалуйста. Стрелочка.
Липус. Вот Putin.
Present now. Pressed now.
Putin, put on this button. Put on this button.
Что-то окно вспылается, но я не знаю, что такое. Какое-то приложение. Выберите, какие хотите.
Open your presentation on your computer.
I can show you. I can show you. Please check my screen right now. Just a second. So.
Second.
Can you see? Can you see? Can you see?
Yes,
Can you see such thing? Can you see such thing?
Presentation Irma.
Да.
No. Okay, I'm stop sharing.
I can't see what is.
Oh, just a moment.
On the bottom row, there are several buttons, and there's one for camera, there's one for microphone, and then there's one.
Desert notification.
Maybe presentation here, Vladimir, with presentation. Vladimir, maybe you have presentation from Irma.
I have my presentation. I will translate.
Oh, your presentation. No.
Вот я что-то нашла. Выберите, какие данные не хотите передать приложению. По-моему, это, но я не знаю точно.
No, 3 windows and
да.
Windows.
Да. И что я должна сделать? Окно все.
Тут нажати на вікно, це третє. І тоді буде ваш екран.
Да, весь экран. И потом, еще что? Поделиться? Поделиться, что ли?
Ну, да, share.
Ну, я же должна поделиться с презентацией.
Вот. А теперь open your presentation on your, we see your interface, your computer, and open your presentation. Open your presentation.
Просто, да?
Yes, your presentation, see. Dependable, artificial intelligence, digital practice, and ethical worldwide evaluation. Yes, you see your presentation.
Can you see my?
Yes, see.
Yes? Oh.
Yes. Start with your report.
All right. Can I begin? Yes.
We can see your word right now.
Oh, Word, close Word. Word document. Oh, yes. This is a presentation.
If you want to share only the presentation, you need to select only this presentation window once you select the screen that you want to share.
No, you see presentation.
Otherwise, you can open for full screen presentation and continue right that is right now.
Oh, no, minimize.
Dear colleagues.
Yes, we see your presentation. Start it, please, and tell about your report.
It's very specific for me. I don't see you, don't you? All right.
No, we see your presentation.
All right, dear colleagues, dear organizers, I'm greeting you from our native city, Batumi, and we are with scientific collaboration with our Ukrainian colleagues. I will translate our presentation with great pleasure. First of all, I can say that we are interested in the theoretical considerations of the questions about the essence and peculiarities of ethical standards of artificial intelligence as a sustained digital existence in the context of worldview assessment. The research is dedicated to the most important aspects of the ethical worldview in the framework of the digital information world through software of the creative algorithm by artificial mentality, especially there are cognitive aspects as consideration of gnostic wisdom, plus providing utilitarian knowledge, and axiological aspects as overestimation, mental and ethical values, and plus demonstrating creative concepts and pragmatic results. The work presents key conceptual findings that highlight the influence of ethics on influencing digital mindsets, processes, systems, and supply chains that drive our daily lives from energy grids to healthcare, food distribution to online banking are increasingly dependent on digital technologies. The physical world is being digitalized and the second machine age, characterized by the use of artificial intelligence in digital technologies, have the potential to significantly change society. All enables machines to execute cognitive tasks with minimal or no human interaction. However, the use of AI in digital practice forces us to grapple with tensions between technological and social advancement on one hand, and the same technological inducing ethical dilemmas on the other hand. At the same time, it has a profound impact on contemporary education system by challenging the status quo, but promising new value propositions and enhanced digital revenue streams. AI development has typically been the purview of a select group of engineers, scientists, programmers, and architects who have failed to sufficiently represent the ethnic, cultural, gender, age, geographic, or economic diversity of human social life. As systems became fully autonomous, there is a risk humans will become dependent on these systems. When AI is biased by design, humans forfeit their agency to serve the needs of AI rather than its original purpose of serving humans. Some recent examples of digital ethical issues include the unjust acquisition of millions of Facebook users' data, impact of misinformation and fake news, aggravated by the use of social media or violences, lyrics, rights in Orient. An explosion of cybercrime related to data backing and breaches affecting millions of consumers, bias against certain groups of gender, ethnicity, race, and etc. by facial analysis software and algorithms. According to appropriate inspected concepts, it is important for the research the content of the axiological viewpoints of the famous original thinker, such as the first German professor in ethics and philosophy of I at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, Vincent C. Müller, about the thriving ethical theory of digital values. To our time, that became a quite interesting conception of the relationship between ethics and policy of artificial intelligence. An American theologian and physics professor, Jan Grim Berbo, on the creative formulation on the non-scientific positions in the topic on the relationship between digital technological systems and ethical values. Vincent Müller, in the work Ethics and Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, considers that if machines act in ethically relevant ways, then we need a machine ethics. Accordingly, this theory is neutral with respect to the question whether AI systems truly have intelligence or other mental properties. It would apply equally well if AI and robotics are merely seen as the current phase or automation. At the same time, controlling who collects with which data and who has access is much harder in the digital world than it was in the analog world of paper and telephone calls. Many new AI technologies amplify the known issues. For example, face recognition in photos and videos allows identification and thus profiling and searching for individuals. The focus on use does not presuppose which ethical approaches are best suited for tackling these issues. They might well be virtue ethics rather than consequentialist or value-based. The design of technical artifacts thus has ethical relevance for their use. Jan Grimms Berbo's conception in his work, Technology, Environment, and Human Values, presented three kinds of correlations between attitudes towards nature and attitudes towards technology. Technology as liberator, technology as threat, and technology as a value-neutral instrument of power. He concluded with a look towards new directions in appropriate digital technology and natural intelligence. The charm of information technology has become fashionable, and its conversion into pre-calculated boundaries is gradually becoming more and more impossible. In such a situation, AI specialists need their own Hippocratic oath. When it comes to the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution, it is difficult to give specific guidelines and instructions because, in fact, almost every aspect of the work package can be claimed. After all, technical services is important as development itself. Ian Graham's second search as a Gifford lecture builds on material developed in technology, environment, and human values. In the introduction of the lecture, the author treats three kinds of technologies: agriculture, energy, and computers. The theme of computers is developed in terms of their effect on work, on civil liberties, the military, and the complex worldview question of artificial intelligence and human nature. Barbo then turns to the theme of digital technology, information society, and the future, including challenges to the digital environment, where the access artificial technology and where to redirect its use. It was found that in response to the communicative challenges of the artificial mentality, both in the objective risk situation and in the subjective dangerous conditions, the balancing of the algorithmic complex of the smart monitoring mechanism is reliably revealed by the regulatory principle of moral assurance. And what's about the history of Gifford lectures? We must note here that Scottish advocate and judge Lord Gifford was the founder of the Gifford lectures, and an annual series of lectures. Purpose is to promote and diffuse the study of natural theology in the wider sense of the term. In other words, the knowledge of God. At Gifford Lectures appointment is one of the most prestigious honors in Scottish academia. The lectures are given at several Scottish universities: University of St Andrews, University of Glasgow, University of Edinburgh, and University of Edinburgh. They are normally presented as a series over an academic year and given with their intent that the edited content be published in book form. A number of these works became classics in the field of the relationship between theoretical worldview and science. Thus, we frame the research question as what are the key applied ethics implications for the use of AI in digital technologies. Following the introduction, the work outlines motivations for the paper and some ontological framework. This is followed by a theoretical discussion on digital ethics and digital technologies within the context of the axiological framework as a priori template. Through a systematic literature review and qualitative synthesis, we inductively develop a typology of ethical implications with the use of AI in digital technologies. Finally, we develop a conceptual model with some worldview propositions. The objective of this paper was to outline key digital ethics implications in the context of AI use in digital technologies. Though systematic literature review and qualitative synthesis, we identified digital ethics implications as associated with some axiological archetypes. Technological progress in the use of AI in digital technologies has intensified since the start of this century. Applications driven by AI are now embedded in all areas of human existence, and the concept of matching general intelligence, being able to pass the famous Turing test, seems inevitable in the next few decades, if not years. At the same time, several misshapes in all propagating biases, stereotypes, and inexplicable autonomous decisions have highlighted an urgent need for the global community to direct the ethical norms and regulatory issues. We must note here the regulatory issues refer to concerns related to compliance with laws and standards, such as privacy regulations, anti-kickback rules, and data standards, which impact the operation and innovation within systematical processes, as highlighted in the paper. Based on our specific goal, we think that it's worthy to notice the following circumstances. Attempts to construct standard ethical patterns and plans that predict the use of artificial intelligence in a safe and reliable context are defined and developed at the level of theoretical and worldview discourse. Maneuvering with basic concepts and ideas of applied ethics in the process of continuous development of digital software technologies as a certain regulatory factor of artificial intelligence is argued and evaluated. Worldwide paradigms for overcoming the difficulties of managing artificial intelligence as a dangerous digital operation by developing an ethical strategy and present it and analyzed. And at last, the traditional famous wisdom formulated by the first civilizations independently of each other. It can be found among the same thing as the ancient sages. The maxim were called the golden rule of morality. The maxim may appear as a positive or negative injunction governing conduct. Treat others as you would like others to treat you, and don't treat others in ways that you wouldn't like to be treated. It is a maxim that is found in many cultures and civilizations in the world. This can be considered as an ethic of reciprocity in the world intellectual culture, that is as a guarantee of the protection of intellectual property in the digital world as well. And this is by the list of bibliography what we use in the work process.
Excuse me, Irma, 15 minutes. Thank you. Very interesting report. And any question, colleagues? Interesting report, because ethic for artificial intelligence, this is a very big problem, because now artificial intelligence we have in medicine, in aviation, in agriculture, but ethic, this is a big problem. Any question? Because I have question, little question. What do you think? artificial intelligence. This is a man or woman, man or woman, because this is a different logic. Wait,
it's a very difficult question, dear.
Man or woman, artificial intelligence? What do you think? Maybe
I haven't think problem. It's very intriguing for me, and it's very interesting, of course. And thank you very much. I would like to think in future this problem and this issue.
If teacher man, this is a man artificial intelligence. If teacher woman, this is a woman artificial intelligence. In cooperation between different artificial.
It's androgynon. We have a philosophical with Plato androgynon mission, and maybe it's. Maybe it's if I seriously thought about this, I would like to say only one phrase. It's without any this gender.
Yes, this is a problem, but this is problem on future. Question, because this is our session ended, and second part after after 4 o'clock. Now will be plenary session, and our second session after 1 hour. Maybe a question about our discussion, our reports, very interesting reports about drone, about artificial intelligence, many approach for improving our big data. But last report about ethic of artificial intelligence. This is an important question in development of artificial intelligence. Yes. Vladimir, will be closed and 2 seconds. Yes.
But you discuss about women and men for teaching. I see it's interesting question because necessary prepare diversity. Yes, and for example, lecture is men and practice women for discussion with students for lecture. And also in practice, and now gender innovation very important for education, also for decision making, and for different activity in education. Really, it's my point because we have different point of view. We discuss for other verbs. We also consider different problem from different point of view, you see, and it's necessary to understand and also necessary invite different side for discussion, for decision making, and also for discussion about problem and future problem, you see, together.
Yes, collaborative decision making.
Yeah. Decision making, and also I inform you, if you consider, for example, preparation of project now from European Commission, it's necessary to involve different side, women and men, and percent may be equal, you see, and also young generation from university PhD students is necessary also.
And different age, different.
Yes, different age, because different age very important. Well, for example, I have connection with very big boss Yosef Rahim from Statoil company, who create and manage platform in the sea. And in the period of COVID, they have a very big problem with personnel, because all the personnel received COVID and problem, because necessary to have in the platform 5 people of young, other level, and more. And necessary organize it, and for keep nice health with old personnel, they prepare special situation, special special room, for example, and so on, special food, because it's very important to have free level of management in platform, you see. And it's risk management, really, because they have a lot of experience and necessary consider different situation in the water, in the temperature, and so on. Because platform is very expensive, really.
Yes, we are agree, because this is an important question for all countries now, and
Yes.
for Ukraine too. We know this. Thank you. Many thanks for interesting reports. For one honor, and after session, plenary session, will be our second part. Welcome to second part, and do our report on second part, human factor session. Yes, for next time.
Good time, data time.
Yes, thank you. Many thanks. For next time, after session, plenary session.
Stop presenting.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Professor George Markovsky, for your readiness to present your lecture. Let's wait a few minutes and we will start. Dear colleagues, good day, and it's my pleasure to invite you for our second plenary session. I would like to invite Professor George Markovsky for his keynote lecture, and I would like to introduce Professor George Markovsky. Professor George Markovsky received his bachelor degree in mathematics from Columbia University and his master degree and PhD in mathematics from Harvard University. He spent 10 years at the IBM Thomas Watson Research Center, where he served as research staff member, technical assistant to the director of the computer science department, and manager of special projects. He came to the University of Maine as the first chair of the computer science department in 1984. In 2017, he became chair of computer science department at the Missouri University of Science and Technology. He has also been a visiting professor at a lot of universities of different countries. He is currently chair and professor of software engineering and game development at Kennesaw State University. Professor Markovsky has published over 113 journal papers, book chapters, book review, and conference paper on various aspects of computing. He holds a patent in area of universal hashing. His interests range from pure mathematics to the application of mathematics and computer science to biological problems. He has also built voice-controlled and enhanced keyboard terminals for use by paralyzed individuals. Professor George Markovsky is interested in entrepreneurship and was the founding president of Maine Software Development Association. He also founded a software company, Trefoil Corporation, that developed their own software for the United States Department of Labor that replaced the Dictionary of Occupational Titles. Professor George Markovsky has a lot of different honors, beginning from IBM Research Division Awards in 1979, and continue his identification in top 2% scholar in the Stanford study in 2021. I think we can talk about Professor George Markovsky a lot of time, but it's my pleasure to invite George for your lecture. Thank you very much for your presentation. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to, I'm sorry I can't be there physically in Athens, one of my favorite cities, but anyway, let's get started. So my goals are to help you understand better what's going on in cybersecurity, give you some insight into how you can go about protecting yourself, your family, and your organization, and give you some practical steps to improve cybersecurity. And finally, to think about cybersecurity strategically. Okay, so first, just kind of a scan of some random events. This happened 3 years ago, where the New York subway system was targeted by Chinese-linked hackers. People in 2020 were thinking we were going to be spending $123 billion in cybersecurity-related expenses. If you look in 2023, they were thinking that number is $215 billion, and it keeps going up and up. And you can see that cybersecurity issues are spilling out. Recently, in the past year, there have been a lot of attacks on court systems here in the United States. Here's a prison that was attacked. And in fact, what happened is because of the cybersecurity attack, people who were supposed to be released from prison were not released. These attacks typically involve ransomware, and they attack every sort of target that you can think of: hospitals, prisons. The cyber insurance market is increasing dramatically. And now people are saying things like, well, the losses from cybersecurity might reach $1 trillion in 2020. And, you know, and if we're spending 130 billion at the time, the losses are like 7 times what we're spending. Here's an article that's claiming the damages might total $6 trillion in 2021. One of the things to try to put some of this in perspective is this is the world economy in 2020, and you can see that the whole economy is $80 trillion, and to claim that cybercrime is between $1 and $6 trillion, if it's $6 trillion, it would be like roughly the gross domestic product of Japan. and would be, the third or fourth largest economy on Earth. And here, on the other hand, this is talking about cyber losses of 10 billion in 2022. And this is talking about people cutting cybersecurity spending in small and medium enterprises by 41%. This is showing rising expenses. I think the first question is, do you believe these numbers? Okay, they're all over the place. The estimates kind of range wildly from billions of dollars to trillions of dollars. And there's a huge variation. And you can sort of pick which numbers you want to do. It's also clear that the numbers are not mutually consistent. Different people come up with very different numbers. But to some extent, the exact numbers don't matter very much for this talk, because whatever set of numbers you believe, it's clear that cybercrime is a big problem. Okay, now how big, we can have arguments about how big, but it seems to be very big, and it seems to be penetrating every aspect of society. I mean, there are companies being hit, governments are being hit, hospitals are being hit, and so what's really going on here? So the point of this talk is to step back and review at a high level what we are seeing. And we seem to spend more and more money for cybersecurity. Our losses continue to increase and grow, and there does not seem to be an end in sight. And as we say, sometimes one definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over and expecting different results. I think it's fair to say that with all the research and effort that we've put in cybersecurity, we still have a big problem. So in this talk, what I'm advocating is we step back and look at this big problem and try to approach it strategically and see if we can improve the situation, because what we're doing now is not successful. And so what can we do about it? Well, what I want to do is go back to first principles. So there are two general principles of problem solving. The first principle is to make sure you understand what your problem is. Okay, if you don't know what the problem is and you haven't defined it carefully, you're not likely to solve it. The second thing is apply Occam's razor. And this has been a long-time principle in science and technology, which is try to find the simplest explanations and not make things overly complicated, because your chance of solving the problem decrease as the problem gets more complicated. So you really need to understand what your problem is. And the issue is that we're really engaged in a multi-level cyber struggle. So that's the first thing. So what I mean by multi-level cyber struggle, until we sort of understand what is really going on, it's going to be difficult to solve it. And, I want to understand that and then talk about a strategy for cyber defense. Okay, so by multi-level is that the cyber crime situation can take lots of lots of forms. So you can have individual hackers who are in it for various reasons, some having to do with ego. You have small criminals, you have terrorists, you have cyber espionage, organized crime, nation state, and finally, you can go from nation state cyber attack to nation state cyber-enabled kinetic attacks. And by kinetic attack, we mean that you're actually now causing damage to equipment. It could be electronic generating equipment. It could be centrifuges if you're trying to damage a nuclear weapons program. So it could take lots of forms. But the important thing to realize is that that these various attacks are not just independent. In other words, you may think it's just an individual hacker, a small criminal, but it could be part of a nation state cyber attack. So number one is you have to understand that even nation states, like for example, countries like North Korea, can derive income from ransomware attacks, which are launched by agents for that government. So the situation is much more complex, and you have to understand what's going on. Now, you notice that I've also added insider threats. This is a big and often underappreciated aspect of cybersecurity. What do we mean by an insider threat? An insider is someone who's inside the organization, who is cooperating with any one of these entities in undermining the security of institution. Now, insiders could be deliberate, or they could be accidental in the sense that people who aren't careful, who are very careless with their passwords and things like that, could be an insider threat, even though they don't necessarily mean to be an insider threat, but they could still be an insider threat. And the important thing is that these levels are not important. I think that you notice that we have nation states in our previous slide, and I believe that these are the nation states are one of the causes of the difficulties that we have in cyber defense. And so this is not just we're dealing with a cyber struggle, we're dealing with a cyber war, and we are currently engaged in a rather active cyber war. And in some sense, you could really think of this as a world war, because every party is participating. And I mean, the United States has its own groups that infiltrate other countries are infiltrating the United States. So we have this very active cyber war, and people need to understand that when they're having cyber crime and whatnot, part of that could be related to this much larger struggle that's going on. Now, there's some interesting philosophers of war, and so it's interesting to look at what they said. So about 500 BC, Sun Tzu put together, we call it a book, calling The Art of War. And he had some interesting observations. And he said, and the first one is, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Well, I think that many people are in this third category here, where they don't know either the enemy nor do they know themselves. So according to Sun Tzu, they're in big trouble. Another philosopher of war is Karl von Clausewitz, whose manuscript, his sort of masterpiece, was published in unfinished form after his death. And he says, war is thus an act of force to compel our enemy to do our will. And, you know, we need a more general definition of war. Many techniques do not involve the use of much force. For example, you have biological warfare, where even a small amount of material can cause a lot of damage. And there's psychological techniques that threaten the use of force without ever actually using it. And some of the most appropriate definitions: war is the continuation of politics by other means. And it's a prolonged series of actions taken by political entities against each other in pursuit of their own political agendas, in opposition to the political agendas of other participants. And these actions must cause significant damage. And so some key points: to have a war, you must have recognized political entities with recognized political agendas. And if you look at the world situation, it's perfectly clear that there are many actors with recognized political agendas that are contending with each other. The agendas must have conflicting goals. It must be prolonged and not just a single incident, and it must cause some damage. And people use terms like war on drugs and war on poverty, but these are not wars because there's not a political entity representing, poverty, or there's, but anyway, that's another use for the term war. So return to first principles. So what I want to do is say that the following 4 principles are very important if you want to mount a cyber defense. The first principle is know your enemy. We've already discussed this. Who is really trying to do you damage? Who's attacking you? Why are they attacking you? Is it a political agenda? Is it a financial agenda? What might they want to get? Number 2 is know yourself. What are your capabilities? What are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? The third, what are your vulnerabilities? One of the things that a lot of people don't realize is they freely use devices from the Internet of Things, but these devices are not very secure at all. And if you start placing them all around, if you have cameras all over your facilities, many of those cameras are very easy to break into. And you have to realize that any opponents you have can be using those cameras to spy on you. You're using them for security purposes. The other thing is that the whole concept of cyber warfare, cybersecurity is very abstract. And for a lot of people, they would benefit from having more concrete images of cybersecurity. And the fourth point, which is something that I think many people aren't aware of, is this concept of system accidents. And I'll explain that a little later in the talk. So these are the 4 principles that I want to stress that I think are important in building cyber defense. Know your enemy, know yourself, make the abstract concrete, and beware of system accidents. All right, so know your enemy. We've already talked about, all the different groups that can be attacking you, and you notice they're sort of interlinked, and on top of everything else there's insider threat. Many organizations don't want to think about insider threats, but it's very important because an insider can overturn the best security measures you can think of. The United States learned about this through Edward Snowden, who, revealed a lot of secrets and did a lot of damage to the, security posture in the United States. So this is always something that needs to be taken into account. Back in 2007, Linda Markovsky and I did a paper. We did a survey of supercomputer centers, and we asked the following questions. Has anyone tried a physical approach to either disrupt a computation or steal data? And in 2007, 9% of the supercomputer centers said yes, somebody had tried a physical approach. 5% were not sure. So that means there were 14% kind of were suspicious that something happened, and maybe there were an even bigger problem. Has anyone tried to bribe or otherwise co-opt one of the cluster staff into helping with compromising security? Well, here there were 8% that were sure, but there were 13% that were not sure, which means they were suspicious. So almost 20% of institutions, this is 17 years ago, we should do an update, were suspicious that somebody had tried to bribe somebody. So this here corresponds to an insider threat, because if you bribe somebody, that person is on the inside and can put you in a very seriously negative situation. So it's not always easy to distinguish, and states can hide behind organized cyber vandals, cyber criminals, and to some extent these people act like mercenaries or privateers because they're sort of working and they bleed and exhaust an army. So there's a little bit of guerrilla warfare going on. And do you think that criminal gangs can operate in Russia and China without the government knowing all about them? Well, clearly, there was an interview back in 2016. Megyn Kelly interviewed Vladimir Putin, and they say, why didn't you arrest the hackers who interfered in the 2016 US election? And Putin said there was nothing to arrest them for since they did not break Russian law. In general, as long as hackers attack non-Russian targets, the Russian government will not hassle them. So it's pretty clear that the ransomware industry is growing explosively in Russia. It helps generate income for Russia, and it's clear that the Russian government will not prosecute cyber criminals for acts outside Russia. So again, you know, and the situation has only grown worse because of the Russo-Ukrainian war. You know, Russia, I think, now feels less and less reason to hold back on attacks and is encouraging a lot of these attacks. The Chinese government works closely with Chinese companies also to infiltrate US companies and put backdoors into chips and things like that. So it's complicated. So number one, you have to understand who your enemy is, and you may be surprised at who your enemies are. Second thing is know yourself. This is a serious problem. Your own people are one of the biggest security one of the security breaches. I mean, one of the security problems in your own organization are your own people. Security is a bother. It's too abstract. Many people don't think they can do anything about it. There's a sense of hopelessness. Lots of companies give this kind of trivial cybersecurity training every year to their employees. And the question is, do you think this cybersecurity training is sufficient to really protect? What are the most common causes of data breach? Well, the most common cause is weak or stolen credentials, passwords, people who use passwords like 1234, stuff like that. Backdoors, vulnerable software, people phishing emails is a huge, huge problem. Social engineering, too many permissions, too many people who have access to information they don't need to know. I've often been shocked as a university employee. I have access to lots of records, of student records, many of which are completely irrelevant. I mean, I don't need to know the address of my students. I don't need to know their social security numbers. You know, to me, they're students. I just need to be able to collect, you know, material from them, give material to them. I don't need to know how old they are. I don't need to know all this sort of stuff. But yet, in most organizations, all that information is given to way too many people. Insider threats. Some of the insider threats are deliberate. Some are accidental because people are careless. Also, there are all kinds of improper configurations, user errors. So what can you do about it? One of the things that you can do, which is a useful exercise, comes from a paper by Bruce Schneider, and it's the concept of attack trees. And assume that any system can be broken, and the job is to figure out how that might happen and how to improve the security of the whole system. So you must make penetrating a system must be made as difficult and expensive as possible. And the reason they're called attack trees is because they look something like this. You want to open a safe, and these are the different ways you can think of opening the safe. You can pick the lock, you can learn the combination, you can cut the safe open, or you can cause the safe to be installed improperly in some way so that it would be easy to break into it. And then you can say, well, how can you learn the combination? You can find the written combination, or you can buy the combination from somebody, and how can you get it? You can threaten the person, you can blackmail them, you can eavesdrop on them, you can bribe. So basically, you notice we've also added estimated costs here. So to cut a safe open might be the cheapest route, you know, because that's what we say, open the safe is 10K. That's because of this option. But there are all these different options in all attacks that are less than $100,000. So you can do this exercise and you don't need a lot of technical training. I mean, for some things you do, but oftentimes common sense can help you, you know, analyze a situation. So you must understand your system, must keep current. You have to understand your potential attackers, what their abilities are. And typically, one of the things that's true is that most cyber attackers, most hackers, have more ability than most defenders. Lots of companies have people who are in charge of cybersecurity who don't really know much about it, and certainly don't understand it technically, whereas you can be sure that the people trying to crack into your organization are much more technically sophisticated than a lot of people who are on the defensive side. So security is a process. You can't just do it once and be secure. And you have to go through this exercise, and you have to create a culture of security and work at it constantly. The cybercrime organization is working at it constantly. You can be sure that anytime there's a technical advance, something like, you know, modern AI systems and things like that, you can be sure that some of the first people who are going to be implementing it are going to be cyber criminals. And you're most vulnerable when you think you are secure, because you stop working on security. And so you need to work on it constantly, and you need to start working ASAP. So how can you get started? Well, you can do yourself attack trees. You can get free software, or there's commercial software to create nice looking attack trees. But actually, everybody can start with the attack tree software built into Microsoft Office. What do I mean by that? PowerPoint is actually a very good tool for making attack trees, and your staff knows how to use it. And in particular, if you go to the Smart Art section of PowerPoint, you get a lot of options. One of them are these hierarchy diagrams, and you can choose whatever style. And so here is a PowerPoint representation of the attack tree that I showed you at the beginning. And here it is sort of, you know, blown up, and everybody knows how to use PowerPoint. Well, most everybody knows how to use PowerPoint in most organizations. And you can start this exercise of saying, not only what are our vulnerabilities, but how can you attack them? What data do we have to store? How can it be defended? Okay, so you see here's the original diagram from Bruce Schneier's paper. Here's the PowerPoint version. And one of the things that you can make PowerPoint slides very large. So you can make very large attack trees. You're not just bound by, I mean, you can go and set your page size to be gigantic and make titanic attack trees. And of course, if they start getting too complicated, then they become less useful. You need to somehow find the balance between enough detail and not too much detail. Another very good tool is NIST, the National Institute of Science and Technology in the United States, has published a cybersecurity framework. And the idea is that you go through this framework. It's kind of a self-study, but it focuses your attention on lots of issues. And you can get this framework for free. And anybody in the world can get this. Just go to nist.gov cyber framework and get this. And they have a more complicated framework as well. And, you know, this takes you through 900 security requirements. But the important thing is that it forces you to think about what you're doing to create a secure organization. Also, this is free. All of this materials are free. And also, they have a quick start guide and many, many useful publications on the NIST site. So it asks you even some basic questions. Who are your officers? Who are your board of directors? Who are the people in your field, who in your company who work for on cybersecurity? What's the worth of the organization? What are the profit sharing plans? I mean, there are things like this that people normally don't think about from a cybersecurity perspective. But you notice that if you're dealing with a if you're dealing with a nation state, for them to bribe somebody with $50,000 or something is not a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to the person being bribed, but it's not a big deal to the organization. Okay, so one of the things is, you know, are you operating in many countries? Are you operating in countries where the nation can put pressure on your employees to turn over secrets and data? You get copies of the organization report. One of the things I've done is I've taken this NIST framework and turned it into a Word document, so you can just kind of fill it in. And this is what it looks like. So if you're interested in a copy, send me an email and I'll send you this. So this is just the blank document. You can see it goes on. Just a blank document is almost 90 pages. So when you put that together, you're going to have a very comprehensive report about the cyber security structure of your organization. And this is using another cybersecurity tool called Microsoft Word. So you notice you can use PowerPoint, you can use Word. I also have an application that you can use Excel for, which I don't have time to discuss in this talk. But tools like that, I think it's important to put tools in the hands of people, and you're not going to train them to, you know, do all kinds of the firewall specifications or things like that, but they can do these kinds of things, and you'll be surprised. I had students do this for public companies, and we were shocked at the kinds of things that we found just open, back doors, all sorts of things. So one of the things you can do is you can have two teams apply the NIST framework to your organization. One team is restricted to using only publicly available information, and the other team can use any internal documentation, then compare the two documents, and you'll be surprised at how much of your material is available publicly. So, you know, so compare the two reports, you'll learn a lot. So this is a good step on getting to know yourself. Now, okay, I've already covered this. So again, many more publications making a business case for security. If you need to make a case to your organization for investing some dollars, this is a very good document. Again, it's free. Making the abstract concrete. So cybersecurity, most people don't really understand. They have a very vague idea. So it's helpful to offer people physical models so they better understand. So one of the first things that people come up with is the idea of a wall. And it's quite instructive to look at famous examples of walls. So people somehow feel secure behind a wall, but let's look at some famous examples. This is probably the most famous example of a wall in the world. This is the Great Wall of China. But as you actually look at the picture, you realize how vulnerable this particular structure is, because look carefully. You have a guardhouse, you have another guardhouse, maybe that's a guardhouse, but what you notice is that you have to guard something this massive requires many troops, and the troops are distributed over thousands of miles, so you have troops in these guardhouses. And the idea is that they could, by the way, these are not troops, these are tourists. So if you could use tourists for defense, you'd have it made. But with the number of troops that you have to have and support, this becomes a very difficult problem. And it also becomes obvious, how do you attack it? You create a diversion somewhere, so you pull as many troops over somewhere, and then you attack across the wall and get through it. But once you get through it, the wall no longer has any protection. The actual Great Wall system is much more complicated. It's not a single wall, it's a number of walls in various places. And so you can see that if you break through one wall, you might have another wall. You know, we don't want to spend a lot of time. A famous example of a wall that did not work is from World War II, where here we have the Maginot Line, and then we had these sort of weaker structures here on the border, on the French border. And of course, what the Germans did is they found the weak spot and came through it. And of course, once they came through it, the French were not really in a good position to defend themselves. So one of the things this shows is a simple wall is not necessarily going to protect you very well. Okay, so they expected the Germans to come here, put their troops here, had their fabulous wall here, and left this part unguarded, which is where the Germans actually attacked. So much for walls. Now, castles are another story, and a lot of people think they understand castles, but they have really a very limited understanding. And one of the things that's important for people to understand is that people built castles for hundreds of years. And there was a lot of experience that went into making them secure, and people thought a lot about the security of castles. And we really, our ancestors did not have the technology that we had, but they were also as smart as we were. And actually, you might argue that they were smarter than we were, because they didn't depend so much on technology. And they had to do, so I have some papers written on cyber walls, but here's an example from Information Week of a castle. Now you notice this is a pretty pathetic castle. If you just break in somewhere, you'll completely overwhelm this castle. There's no structure. It's just basically a wall that meets itself. And they say, if you think walls will keep your treasured data secure, you're living in a fairy tale. If you actually look at real castles, they're much more complex structures. They're often built in they get protection from rivers, from mountains. They are also multi-layered defense. You have a fortified town, then you have an outer ward, an inner ward. So they're defense in depth. Here's another kind of view. You notice here's the outer wall here, and it has the smaller towers, the bigger towers inside. And in fact, if you break in through here, you get an even thicker, bigger, taller wall at the next step. So one of the features of castle defense is you make it harder. The more you get to the most important parts, the more difficult the progress. Another thing about castles is they were not just passive. If you would go through these gatehouses, there'd be people pouring boiling oil on you and dropping stones on you. They were active defenses. You notice here, for example, you have ladders to get up there. If you take the ladder away, it makes it difficult to come down. You do have steps. you have, for example, this board here that allows you to quickly traverse, but if you remove this board, this becomes a bigger obstacle. You have many layers of gates. This here platform could be used to pour boiling oil on the attackers. I mean, the castles had a lot of defensive features. Here's a picture illustrating this exactly. You can see that the outer wall is actually much less formidable than the inner wall. The towers are smaller than these towers, and so the more you penetrate, the more fierce the defense. And then you look at this is a Kasbah from Morocco. Notice how complex. I mean, even if you're going to go attack this, it's not even clear where you want to start your attack. I mean, you probably start at the bottom, but you know, just having a very complex system for people to deal with. And of course, this is one of my favorites. It's quite a job to get to this castle, but you notice they're taking advantage of elevation and all sorts of things. But if you look at the different tactics that are used in a castle, most people don't know what these words mean, and we don't have time to go through it, but these are all part of the defensive system of a castle. So what are the lessons? Have a good plan for the entire city. Defense must be active. You have to have concentric defenses. Inner defenses should support outer defenses. Plan good foundations. Have removable bridges, pathways. In other words, if you detect an attack, you must also have ways of responding. You can disconnect parts of your system and all that sort of stuff. Most cyber defenses are very limited, very poorly thought out, and use guile and deceit where possible. One of the things that castles did is they would make it easy to go certain ways, and the reason they would make it easy to go certain ways is because they had defenses there. They'd have all kinds of traps, so they would funnel people. So again, one of the things you can do in your cyber defense is you can funnel the cyber attackers to where you want them to go and not where they want to go. And these are all the different weapons for the cyber castle. And many people don't use these weapons, but you need to have much more complex defenses. Okay, lock your doors, bar your windows. Now, how many doors or windows does your cyber castle have? Unfortunately, in many organizations, if you have 5,000 employees, you have 10,000 doors and 10,000 windows because everybody has access to everything. And it's just wide open, and all you have to do is crack it at one point, and you're in. There's nothing further. What is a door or window in your cyber castle? If you think of your organization as a castle, what are your doors? What are your windows? Where can attackers get in? What about the Internet of Things? I mentioned that before. Do you have all kinds of insecure cameras all over? Do you have common consumer devices in critical sections? How do you secure these things? The most important lesson, security is a process. Okay, so the last major point I want to talk about is system accidents. So what is a system accident? This concept was derived by Charles Perrault, who's a sociologist. And what he was trying to say is that even accidents that seem to have a simple explanation often have more and are more ambiguous when examined in detail. So one of the most striking examples comes from the domain of maritime collisions. This chart shows you, here's a boat that's originally on this course. Here's a boat that's originally on this course. Now, if you would just let this boat go this way and this boat go that way, they would miss each other by a big distance. But somehow, because they're communicating with each other and radar, they're making adjustments and they end up colliding in the middle of the ocean when they were not even on a collision course. Okay, now you can blame one captain or you can blame another, but the culprit is to some extent of the rules that ships follow for trying to pass and adjust. So if they think they might be on a collision course, they make adjustments, and the adjustments are what actually caused the accident. So you can say, well, it's this captain's fault or it's that captain's fault, but to some extent, it's the system's fault. A really good example of a system accident is NASA. They were working on a project called the Mars Climate Orbiter, and they had two teams. One team used the metric system of measurements. The other team used the American imperial system of measurements. And now, what do you think happened? We have two teams working on the same project using different systems of measurements. Now, just think, what could happen? Could anything go wrong? And sure enough, it happened. Somebody forgot to convert from metric to imperial or from imperial to metric, and the rocket, when it was launched, instead of orbiting Mars, crashed into the sun. Very serious mistake. But again, you know that this is going to happen. If you have lots of people working and they're working two different systems, it does not take a rocket scientist or a genius to realize what can happen. And sure enough, it happened. Okay, whose fault was it? Well, it was NASA's fault for allowing this to take place in the first. They should have worked in one system and everybody should have used the same system. And that, otherwise, this whole project and all the money that was invested ended up landing in the sun. What's the application to cybersecurity? Well, if your cybersecurity depends on every employee applying the minimal security training, then your cybersecurity system is a system accident waiting to happen. In other words, just as you can tell that NASA using two different systems was going to lead to failure, you know, you can say, oh, Joe made the mistake or Alice made the mistake or whatever. But the point is, in this environment, somebody was going to make a mistake. And you can be sure of that. Same thing, if your security depends on all your employees always behaving correctly, then you should expect that that's not going to work. Your system cannot be dependent on all your employees always behaving correctly. You have to put a lot more work into designing it. Another thing that is involved in system accidents is sometimes they're things you're not aware of. For example, we all know that HTTPS is more secure than HTTP because it's using a secure shell. But what most people don't know is in 2006, for 2 years, HTTPS was broken. People trying to fix errors in the Debian code accidentally removed the entropy, and there were very few keys. You only needed, there were like 32,000 keys truly available for 2 years. Most people didn't know that. Now, at that point, if you were relying on HTTPS for security, you didn't have it. If hackers knew about this, then there was nothing you could do short of rewriting HTTPS secure shell. Anyway, I have a paper written on this topic from the point of view of a system accident. And not only was there this vulnerability for 2 years, but it took a long time once it was fixed. This is the curve of the vulnerable sites, and you can see that it took almost half a year to get to the 40% mark, where 60% of vulnerable sites adopted this. So this is not knowing your system, not knowing your vulnerabilities. And the final topic that I want to talk about is hijacking a domain. I have a paper and a report on this called Interceptor Top-Level Domains. So one of the things that you can do, and this is a very powerful attack because the attacker doesn't even know they're being attacked, is you can hijack a whole domain. Okay, and the victim doesn't even know they have been hijacked, and you can set up all kinds of man-in-the-middle situations. So what am I talking about? TLD stands for top-level domains, and we're all familiar with .com, .org, .net, .eu, etc. And an interceptor, a top-level domain, is a top-level domain that is similar enough to another TLD to capture traffic intended for the other TLD. Okay, and this relationship is often symmetric. So if domain X can capture traffic for domain Y can capture traffic for domain X. All right, what am I talking about? Turns out you can have a website that is something.career, or you can have a website that's called something.careers. Well, gee, career versus careers, they differ by one letter. So if I have something like george.career and somebody sets up a domain called george.careers, it's very possible that someone intending to send me email actually sends it to the other site. Now, I wouldn't even know that went to the other site because I wouldn't know. And so, you can have someone who's called Smith at good.career, and Jones could set Jones at good.careers. And you can make this a catch-all email address. If you make it a catch-all email address, any email sent to anybody at good.careers will end up in this one account. Okay, so you can set up an account and you can capture all the emails. So like, for example, if there was an external domain called .ibms, instead of .ibm, I could set a catch-all, and any email that got addressed to .ibms, I would get. Now, clearly, this is a huge security breach, but this is not something that you could set up. You can create dummy websites and whatnot that look very similar. Now, I have written a report that identifies similar top-level domains. And one of the things that people don't realize that in 2014, there were 639 top-level domains, and the number grew steadily, and then it's kind of plateaued since 21, but there's still over 1,450 top-level domains. Here's an example of a restaurant where some hackers, so this guy's name is Heston Blumenthal, and one person registered Heston with 2 N's Blumenthal, and the other one registered with Blumenthal with 2 L's at the end, and tried to capture traffic intended for this restaurant. So these are real examples. They happen. This is an example of a system accident where the system is conspiring to undermine your cybersecurity. There are tons of, like, for example, at one point, just as an experiment, I wanted to see if I could register IBMUSA.com, and I was able to register it. And I held on to it for a while. IBM never contacted me, didn't say, hey, this is a confusing domain, but potentially I could have captured any mail sent to IBM.USA.com. I could use email addresses with that. People think they're writing to IBM, but they're actually writing to me. In theory, people can sue you and take this domain away, but again, it doesn't cost very much money. And I have a report that lists all these. But protecting 20 domains might cost you something like over $10 million a year if you registered your domain in every one of the top-level domains in the almost 1,500 top-level domains. And some top-level domains charge a lot of money, so it's like over $10 million. And IBM doesn't do it. The University of Maine doesn't do it. How does a small company protect itself? Well, at least you need to be aware about, like, if you are using something like, take even American universities have .edu on them. And I guess maybe other universities as well can use it. But there is the domain .eu, and it's very easy to make a typo. And like, I could, if I was in Europe, I could set up harvard.eu and start capturing traffic. So, and then, of course, there's the whole topic of quantum cybercrime, which we're going to leave to another point. But this is, again, knowing the capabilities of your attacker. So at this point, I'm going to finish my talk. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Unfortunately, I can't stay for very long because I have a meeting back here in the US coming right up.
Thank you so much, Professor George Markowski, for an extremely interesting lecture. And now we have very short time for a few questions. Welcome. Welcome, Ruslan Demura. We don't hear you. Please switch your microphone.
Thank you very much for your informative and cool presentation. You said that many people don't understand and violate cybersecurity rules. In your opinion, is it time for governments to introduce cybersecurity as a subject in school, starting in middle school on a par with math, biology, and history? Should all students be trained in basic cybersecurity skills from an early age?
Well, that's a possibility, but one of the problems is that a lot of students would find it very abstract. You know, that's why I think it's more effective to educate people on the job. You know what I mean? In other words, like if you were trying to give an exercise to students, what would you give them? Whereas if you sit down with people and say, okay, you're in charge of, say, the financial records. What financial records do you have? How do you want to protect them? It's a question of motivation. You know, it might be helpful to have some cyber education. And one of the things that I have some faculty in my department who have written a game for middle school on cybersecurity. So it may be that you can use games and things like that to teach some of the concepts of cybersecurity. You just have to think about it to make it interesting to the students. You know, that would be the challenge. I think people who work on a job have a lot more interest in the subject.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a very short question concerning situation with Russian-Ukrainian war. Now we have a lot of example when used combined attacks. I mean, is a combining of cybersecurity attacks and attacks using radio electronics impact. And what is your opinion concerning importance of such kind of combined attacks and the defense against?
Well, you notice that I put the combined cyber kinetic attacks on my list of threats. So there's no doubt that it's very important. And you know, but again, I think that you know, there's so many vulnerabilities. Like, for example, our power generating plants are vulnerable. there are attacks where you can destroy generators without physically touching them, just through changing the controls. All of these things are very, very important. And the general principles that I apply can be used in that situation as well, thinking through. And I think that on the whole, I have to say, Ukraine has done a very good job of defending itself in this arena, against a very formidable opponent. So, keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. And one more question, I think it should be last because time is over. Professor Nikos Bardis, welcome.
Thank you, Professor. It was very interesting, your lecture. And you are a lot of years in USA, so you know how rapidly is growth of this technology. I want to listen your opinion about how close we are to create a real quantum computers and with artificial intelligence that will curse the security that exists today to our homes and to our companies, of course. How close we are?
That's not a simple question. The cybersecurity, people are pushing it. It hasn't quite gotten to where people thought it would get at this point. There are lots of physical questions, relating to superconductors and room temperature and things like that I'm not an expert on. So it's hard for me to say. I can tell you it's challenging. There's a lot of thinking about it. I think it's certainly worth thinking about the algorithms and the potential, because as I said, you can be sure that the hackers are already thinking about it. So, we can't just wait until things start happening. We have to be, so I don't know. Now, the same thing with artificial intelligence. It's both a useful tool, and it also can lead you astray, because artificial intelligence has no problem with telling lies. And, it could tell you things that are not correct. And if you don't know enough to understand that it's not correct, you can be in big trouble. In fact, my understanding was that in the recent attack where Hamas attacked Israel a year ago, the artificial intelligence said there was nothing to worry about, but people in the field were saying, yeah, there's a lot to worry about. Hamas is doing this, that we expect them. But people believed the AI and didn't believe the people in the field. And so this attack happened. So, it's a complicated question. I don't think there are any easy answers, but we need to, it's part of the principle. Know yourself. What are your defenses? How good are they? Okay, you have an AI system. Is it a good AI system? What are its vulnerabilities? How can it be deceived? Can an insider, for example, I have an AI system. We all know that you can poison an AI system. And an insider can poison your AI system by feeding it the right kind of data. So it's, people want easy fixes, and I'm sorry, I can't give them easy fixes. I can give them fundamental principles.
Thank you a lot. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I have to go to my next meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to address your group.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we hope that we will have possibility to invite and to meet with Professor George Markovsky as our next the third conference offline. And thank you once more for your lecture, for your answers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, now is time for continuing of our workshop sessions. I would like to ask all moderators of workshops and sessions, please, after finish your session and workshop, please send us information about all presenters and about lost presentation. Thank you very much, and we'll continue on our workshop sessions. And tomorrow we will start at 9:30 in mixed modes in our central club, officer club, and plus online section. Thank you very much, and see you later. Please, thank you.
Please wait. I have a question. Please wait.
Please, welcome.
I believe there is a time difference because I was told about 4 o'clock at your time for my presentation.
You mean what is your presentation is?
It's
number?
in the
ID number?
it's paper ID number 52.
52. Okay.
This
we will.
presentation
This is current thread, and you can stay here, and in 3 reports you can provide and present your results. Stay here.
You can stay here and participate in the workshop where your presentation will be. Yes.
Okay, my presentation is here now, right?
Yeah. Yes. On this link.
If your number is 52 of your report, you can wait here, and after 2 reports, you will provide your results.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, let's continue our talks on the workshops according to this schedule. Thank you.
Now we'll our session human factor problem. Yes, workshop 1. And continue our session part 2. Yes, will be started.
Yes.
What do you think? Okay, I am glad to see you, and very interesting plenary session was. But we continue our session about human factor problem. This is a big problem, aviation too. And the second part started from ID 22. Bogdan Dolince, Sergei Balakin, and Igor Zhukov. Here. I know this is from National Aviation University. Where are my colleagues from university? Okay, maybe search link. Where I repeat, Bogdan Dolince, Sergei Balakin, and Igor Zhukov. Reliable and artificial intelligence for drone operations. The first report. Here. Not here. Okay.
Abuji.
Second, maybe second will be second report.
Please.
No.
ਅੱਬੂ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਾ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਣੇ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣਦੀ ਆ ਅਗਲਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਫਸਿਆ ਬੈਠਾ ਵਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਣੇ ਪੈ
No, your report will be set. ID 52. Okay? But now second report. Anton
Chernevich.
Yes, here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Second report because the first absent now. No, I think your report, if here will Bogdan Dolince, Balakin, and Zhukov, after you.
Okay.
Anton, you may presentation show for us. Oh, yes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. One second.
Sustainable agriculture planning.
So can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, super. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to present my article, which is called Sustainable Agricultural Planning via Temperature Trend Analysis, a Candlestick and Fractal Approach. About me, in 2 words, my name is Anton Chernetevich. I'm a PhD student of Department of Mathematical Modeling and Data Analysis at Kyiv Polytechnical Institute. My current occupation is software engineer manager at Oblivion Finance. I have like 10 years of applied experience in commercial R&D, and I have 2 cats. That's worth to mention because they never give me a possibility to present peacefully, so you may see them. Back to content. I will focus on 4 parts about my article. First one is motivation and inspiration. It's crucial at this moment. My objective, results, and conclusions and discussions that I will propose. So first of all, inspiration was caused by my analysis of financial markets, where I was trying to research the fractal markets, fractal patterns, which are presented on financial markets. So if we want to decompose one candle of higher time frame, we will receive the structure of candles that will have the same size, may have the same size, and same patterns of the higher candle, but on lower time frame. That was quite interesting for me, and later I was also inspired by trend lines, which more often are used that visual instruments, but they typically drawn by a strict rule, by not a strict rule, rather by extremum points, which are highlighted on chart representation on candlestick data. But these similar patterns occur on candlestick charts, and they occur on different time frames. So when we will decompose the higher time frame into lower time frames, we may see the similar patterns of fractals and may see the similar nature. So that inspiration was boosted my motivation to apply this approach not only on financial and markets, but rather to explore this approach on other data patterns, data nature, like temperature data. So as we can see, the temperature data visualization somehow, some kind remind us about the financial markets. They are different, these data patterns and these charts, but still some patterns may be quite similar, even if the temperature data visualized is much more smoother. Also, I wanted to deeper and investigate this approach if it even can be applied in temperature data or climatic data. So I found the work and research about trend lines and candlestick representation applications on wind data. So the guys, Giuselini and Izaguirre, showed that it can work, it may be used, and it may show the promising results. So their conclusion was about implementation in machine learning approaches for forecasting to boost the results, to boost the forecasting metrics and so forth. But I tried to use analytical approach first of all, in first hand. So the third part of my motivation was the sustainability problem. So Ukraine loses the crops not only due to direct damage on the fields during the full-scale war, but also during the follow-up issues like transportation, trading, and field processing. This is the global problem because issues in Ukraine also cause the global problems with crops. Yep. So my objective was kind of risky, but also promising because my goal was to develop and validate the novel methodology where we can apply candlestick charts, fractal analysis on temperature combined with temperature analysis and try to predict a trend, but not as a common approach for trend prediction, but rather the more strict, more promising and optimized trend detection. And apply this in sustainable agriculture in current geopolitical context. So the farmers could have a toolkit to measure the minimum, maximum values of the upcoming temperature, like row or channel. For example, the minimal temperature is -2, and the maximum +8, and so forth. Proposed methodology consists of 4 major steps. The first one is data preprocessing, and likely this is one of the most crucial parts here, because if we process temperature data and try to aggregate it into a candlestick, it's very important to find a proper starting point. For example, during my experiments, I found that starting point at 5 a.m. daily and have 8-hour fractal, 8-hour candle aggregation with fractal size of 6 candles is pretty okay for trend detection and further analysis. The second part is fractal detection upcoming. Like we have the algorithm that stores the previous information about our structure, about our trend lines, and so forth. And we just wait for a new candle upcoming candle. For example, if we decided to select the 8-hour fractal, 8-hour aggregation period for candle, so then we will have a delay, for example, of that 8 hours to properly detect the fractal. And later on, when we analyzed our newly processed candle, we can process fractal, we can process trend analysis, and to try to detect is there any reversal patterns in this trend. So for my data, I took the samples from Copernicus, just hourly temperature data for 2021-2024, but my main focus was on fully available data, latest fully available data, which is 2023. So as you can see here, if we just aggregate by the starting point at 12 a.m. and aggregate candles into one-day candlesticks, the data is quite noisy and not very informative for both in visual analysis and algorithmic analysis, because one day candlesticks quite often starts matches the open temperature of the day and close temperature of the day. So if you can see on a smaller chunk, it's still quite noisy, especially in September, not in September, on summer and on winter. So as fractal, I chose the common approach in financial markets. These fractals are just made of a batch of n candles. So for example, if you want to highlight the fractal of 5 candles, you just need to be sure that the middle candle is the highest or the lowest in current situation. Also, I extended this approach by not only selecting the odd number of n, but also we can select the even number of n's, where we shift the fractal pattern forward. So for example, if we want to select the fractal of 6 candles, we select the 2 candles on the left and 3 candles on the right from the middle point. So if we apply this algorithm, when we form fractals, we wait for new candles, we wait to analyze these fractal patterns, we can clearly see that it selects also the extremum points, which are crucial for our specific topic when we want to see when we want to reach the information, to get the information about the minimum and maximum values for upcoming period. In some points, it still works not pretty well. For example, in the middle point, as you can see here, but I already have some ideas how to enhance this performance of this algorithm. So as for validation results, I selected for this presentation the chunk, the latest available chunk in 2023 from November till the end of the year. And if we apply this methodology, we can see that the trend line, that our trend changed 3 times. So these purple lines represent the places where our trend changes. It has quite a good precision in overall, but still there are a lot of like noisy moments. For example, this lower fractal, because it's likely not the change of the trend, but rather the extreme point, extra point. Yep. So in conclusion, first of all, I validated the idea that generally this approach may work, and it particularly shows the promising results. On second hand, it's pretty lightweight because we can pretty simply scale it. If we want to deploy if we want to deploy or use our algorithm in some systems, and it's not resource hungry. So for example, we can use it even deploy it even on our mobile phones and have it right with our hands. So it showed promising results because of low delays. So typically we analyze the reversal trends by just one more candle that will approach to form fractal, and we will analyze this fractal. And for not like perfect parts of this methodology it's hungry to fine tuning of these fractals. So for example, we need to strictly select which size of fractal do we need, what starting point should we use, and so forth. For example, my proposed approach showed the promising results, but other approaches should be investigated also. And during the pretty high-level investigation of this problem, because it's only the starting point of diving deeper. It's just it can be used just like a supportive toolkit for existing systems. So it's not a standalone measurement tool yet, but it may be used in blend with some well-known systems and may boost the performance. And so what's next? 3 steps are already done. So validation step was okay. Algorithm development is also done, and results interpretation too. So the following step is quite important step, as we should find the metrics and compare the proper metrics and find the and then compare these metrics to the state-of-the-art models to measure the performance of this approach as a standalone approach. And after receiving the results, if they will be competitive with other models, then we can apply this approach to other data, other data structures, other data sources. For example, those data which were presented by Erizoro, wind data, and so forth. Thanks. Feel free to reach me out with any questions. Also, the demo of this methodology and algorithm will be available on my GitHub. It will be free to use with all the comments, and that's it. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Anton. Very interesting report about approach fractal theory. Very interesting. Any question? Because I have many questions. Because very interesting. In aviation, we are using fractal theory in geography for island, in geography. And my question about forecasting. 2 questions. The first question about forecastings. How many steps may for forecast? 2, 5, 100. How many steps in forecasting? And second question about fractal theory. Maybe screening minimum, maximum, and very more flexible date. What do you think about this? The first question about how many steps for forecasting.
Thank you for your question.
Population.
As for steps of forecasting, it's not yet defined, because it's pretty hard to select the proper metric and measurement system to compare the state-of-the-art models. So it particularly shows that at this time, at this moment, our trend is changed, so we can start planning our sowing period, for example. If you want to start sowing period for some species, then they can just similarly die on the field if you will start sowing too early or too late. So at this moment, at this time, we are focusing on reversal patterns predictions.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Understood. Interpolation. If we have lowest date inside interpolation, using your methods for interpolation, if absent inside date, may forecasting interpolation.
If you use it for interpolation, it shows okay results, but they are less accurate than like current approach, because during the aggregation into candlesticks, we like missing the data in the middle, but we still have this data on our extremos, this representation of these candles. So for example, the maximum minimum values which are used for fractal measurement in this case are still visible and still researchable. So like the main work was taken into consideration, and the main idea was from Benoit Mandelbrot, and he showed that typical normal distribution is not applied for financial markets, and proposed the fractal geometry, so which is, by his words, is like more superior than typical analytical methods. Yeah. So the goal was to check is it even possible to apply this methodology from like one fractal market, fractal data, to other something like fractal data. Because in finance, yeah, it's the same hypothesis that the data is seasonal, the data also time sensitive, and so forth. So yeah.
Thank you. From where are you from? Kyiv Polytechnica. I know from Kyiv Polytechnica, Ausheva, but where investigation about fractal theory. Kyiv Polytechnica. No, I read about her investigation from Kyiv Polytechnica about fractal theory.
Currently, I am from Institute of Physics and Technology.
Yes, understood. No, very interesting report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions? The first report, Bogdan Dolinze, here or not here? That's it. The report, Hussein Mazamal, here, I see, here we see. Oh, yes, yes. Your report now in presentation, welcome. And your presentation on our computer, please.
All right, all right.
Hussein Mazamol, enhancing resource management and energy consumption forecasting in multi-cloud environment with artificial intelligence driving approach. Very interesting. See now.
Okay, can you see my screen, please?
Yes, everything's okay.
Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. This is Jaya Kumar. And today I'll be presenting our work on enhancing resource management and energy forecasting in multi-cloud environments using AI-driven approaches. The work is with collaboration with Junaid Hussain Muzammal, and we are presenting at Result 2024. So introducing the topic to you, the cloud computing has redefined IT infrastructure by making it scalable and adaptable. Organizations today are integrated cloud resources more than ever, leading on the widespread use of multi-cloud environments. However, these environments bring significant challenges, especially in terms of resource allocation. The dynamic nature of demand and capacity in this setting requires advanced solutions to manage resources effectively. For instance, that demand fluctuates constantly, and resources need to scale up or scale down based on real-time needs. This complexity makes managing resource a challenging task, as cloud providers need to maintain cost efficiently while meeting performance expectation and SLAs. So our study addressed this gap by focusing on key objectives, which is optimizing resource allocation and enhancing the energy efficiency. To achieve this, we utilize AI-driven approaches to predict the demand allocation. So moving towards the problem statement, in the cloud environments, resource allocation is a complex problem due to varying capacity and fluctuating demands across different clouds region. Without an optimized approach, cloud resources may, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, for 1 second. Aag lag gayi hai. Sorry, I'm back. In cloud multi-environments, resource allocation is complex due to varying capacities and fluctuating demands across different cloud regions. Without an optimized approach, cloud resources may either be underutilized or over-allocated, resulting in higher cost and energy wastage. So energy consumption is now a major concern, and insufficient allocation leads to increased energy usage, which impacts operational cost, environment sustainability, and therefore accurate forecasting is necessary. Moving towards the research objectives, our research is to optimize, to improve, to enable, and to develop in terms of real-time adoption and to develop an AI solution. If we talk about the literature review, we have reviewed a lot of papers from last 3-4 years. I have to make it a summary, I have presented only top 8 papers that are relevant to us, and previous research has highlighted the significant challenges in terms of resource allocation. People have used ACOs, PCO, and there are many other solutions that have been used as well. This study, our study addresses the gaps identified these researches by combining the predictiveness and adaptive power of AI. So we integrate CNN, ACO, PPO, and GBM to bridge the limitation of existing methods to optimize the resource usage. So if we see the overview of methodology, we have combined the 4 algorithms. CNN, this predicts the resource demands across cloud region. ACO, which means ant colony optimization, it optimization the initial resource allocation and minimize the number of active region. And then it is PPO, which adjusts resource allocation dynamically in response to real time. And then finally the GBM, which forecasts energy consumption based on resource allocation patterns. I can show you the work summary. These are the 2 algorithms for PPO and for energy efficient management. So if we talk about data set, we have used the data set from Google 2019, which is cluster sample data set. This data set contains workload traces from 8 Google clusters capturing CPU usage, resource request, job relationship over 5-minute intervals. This data provides comprehensive insights into the behavior of multi-cloud environments, allowing us to simulate a realistic scenario for resource allocation. By focusing on resource request and actual usage data, this data set enables our models to learn from more realistic patterns. If we talk about the implementation details, we have used TensorFlow to build the CNN, PyGMO to handle the ACO optimization, RLib for PPO, scikit-learn for GBM, and data preprocessing are handled by NumPy. We have trained CNN on 100 epochs, and PPO and ACO configurations are set in the paper. You can contact me if you need more details. I have added a lot of details in the paper as well, but in case of any queries, you can contact me anytime. Talking about results and analysis, as the CNN is used for energy demand forecasting and over 100 epochs, the CNN model 83% accuracy with improvements in training and validation laws, which indicate the robust demands forecasting. If we talk about the optimization results in terms of ACO, you can see in 100 iterations, ACO significantly reduced the number of active cloud regions, optimizing resource allocation efficiency. Talking about the results of PPO, it has improved the allocation efficiency over time, which adapting dynamically to demand changing and maintaining the stable resource distribution. If we talk about the prediction accuracy, GBM show high accuracy with predicted values aligning closely with actual energy consumption, which outperforming the traditional benchmarks in the energy saving. If we compare the results with the previous model, we have achieved 12% higher energy reduction from Molta et al. Using, and they have used PPO and achieved 13.2%. In terms of energy efficiency, our ACO and PPO models outperform the optimization techniques from Shankdi et al. And Zhang et al., which lacked adaptability in multi-cloud environment. If we talk about energy forecasting accuracy, GBM predictors were closely aligned with actual usage, providing a better energy saving compared to the literature. In conclusion, our research addresses a critical gap in multi-cloud environments by indicating a CNN, ACO, PPO, and GBM for efficient resource management. Each model contributes to a scalable solution that optimizes resource utilization, minimize the cost, supports and sustainable energy predictions. This work fills an important gap in the field, offering an adaptable and efficient resource management system. Moving forward, we plan to explore more sophisticated real-time feedback loops to further enhance model accuracy and responsiveness. Thank you so much, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Many thanks. Very interesting report, because now ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, year of clear green energy now in ICAO, I told in my report, because now this is a problem and balance between efficiency and efficiency and clear energy intake of aircraft, and now environment. This is one from criteria in aviation: safety, effectiveness, regularity, and environment. What do you think about influence on environment? For example, in takeoff or landing of aircraft in airport. In your country, know about this problem and balance between effectiveness and energy. What do you think?
Actually, this problem is more of the resources in the cloud. But yes, I agree with you. There is a lot of issues related to maintaining the efficiency for artificial intelligence, and to the problem which minimize the energy usage. So yeah, this contradiction always exists, but we tried a combination of algorithm to minimize and balance this dilemma.
What main criteria, safety or influence on environment or noise? What main criteria in aviation? Safety or effectiveness? What do you think? Safety or effectiveness? Maybe balance between.
I would, obviously a balanced approach would be required, because
no, yes, of course, balance between
a lot of at risk. You cannot compromise on accuracy as well in such highly risk scenarios, but balanced approach is required.
Yes, I agree too. Very interesting. Thanks. Maybe any questions, Alex? Questions from
if it's possible, a very brief question. How is it possible to maybe provide some forecast for energy consumption if the changing of the production technologies and changing of way of consumption of some resources can change the balance between the consumption of oil, gas, and electricity? So how to take into account the possibility of change of the maybe balance between those sources of the energy?
In this term, that's actually a very interesting area to explore, to sort out the balance if you have a different sort of energy resources, if I got your question right. So if you have a different sort of energy, that would be an interesting area to cater and explore to how to balance all of those in a single application, and I definitely try to explore in my next research.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting report. Any question? If not question, the next report. Welcome, Andrei Grechov, Vladimir Harchenko, and Vasil Kondratyuk. I'm glad to see you, my colleagues from National Aviation University, and the report about communication adaptation using artificial intelligence. Welcome, please. Andrei Mikhailovich.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I start my presentation, our presentation.
Start it, please. Presentation.
The aim of our report is unmanned aerial vehicle communication channel adaptation using artificial intelligence. Harchenko, Grechov, Kondratyuk. National Aviation University, Kyiv, Ukraine. Communication links in unmanned aerial vehicle network include satellite relay, GNSS channel, ground control station, mobile ground station, inter-unmanned aerial vehicles link, satellite link. The aim of this report is to build model of ground control station stratospheric repeater unmanned aerial vehicle channel using MATLAB Simulink software, and to obtain and analyze dependencies of bit error rate on signal noise rate for different data rates. To write program code predicting bit error rate for given signal noise rate and data rate. To prepare artificial intelligence trained model for channel adaptation. To propose block diagram of unmanned aerial vehicle adaptive channel with artificial intelligence. Relevance of the topic. This topic was chosen because in the existing literature, there is no quantitative information about data traffic, ground control station, stratospheric repeater, unmanned aerial vehicle channel. In general, there are no theoretical studies developing methods for predictive analysis of stratospheric repeater unmanned aerial vehicle relay behavior. Channel model. Model is based on wireless local area network demo example from MATLAB Simulink. Consists of ground control station transmitter, stratospheric repeater, unmanned aerial vehicle receiver, and additive wide Gaussian noise channels. In our model, we consider the case of channels without fading. On this slide, ground control station, stratospheric repeater, unmanned aerial vehicle link is presented. You can see here ground control station, stratospheric repeater, unmanned aerial vehicle, and channels. Model description. Original stratospheric repeater consists of antenna amplifier, low frequency amplifier, phase frequency shift unit, and antenna amplifier. Amplifier block has both a linear mode and the ability to simulate non-linearity. Antenna gain of ground control station and stratospheric repeater was taken equal to 3.1, antenna diameter 0.4 meter. Unmanned aerial vehicle receiver antenna gain was 1.55, antenna diameter 0.2 meter. Here, obtained data rate impact is presented. Diamonds correspond to 2 megabits per second, O to 5.5 megabits per second, square to 11 megabits per second. Influence of data rate on bit error rate. In order to transmit data at a higher speed, for a given level of bit errors, it is necessary to increase the signal-to-noise ratio. For example, for a given bit error rate 10 to minus fifth degree, it is necessary to create signal-to-noise ratio minus 7.5 decibel for a data transfer rate of 2 megabits per second. A signal-to-noise rate minus 5.5 at 5.5 megabits, and signal-to-noise ratio minus 3 decibel at 11 megabits per second. Channel adaptation using artificial intelligence. Let us show how to adapt the parameters of data transmission in the unmanned aerial vehicle communication channel using artificial intelligence methods. Each of 3 bit error rate sets is specified in its own signal-to-noise ratio range. Each bit error rate set corresponds to its own data rate. Python code for predicting bit error rate for given signal-to-noise ratio and data rate is shown in the next slide. Let us describe the program operation. On this slide, code predicting bit error rate for given signal-to-noise ratio and data rate is given on this slide. And you can see that this program is very short. Let us consider channel adaptation using artificial intelligence. At the first stage, data are prepared for data rate 11 megabits, range of signal to noise ratio and values, and the same for another data rates 5.5 and 2 megabits. In the second stage, data are combined in a signal array X, where each row is a combination of signal to noise ratio and data rate. Array Y contains the corresponding bit error rate values. In the third stage, model is trained using program from the Python library for machine learning and loading the linear regression model. Linear regression is used to create a model that takes into account both signal-to-noise rate and data rate to predict bit error rate. The fourth step is to predict the given parameter, which will then be used for channel adaptation. Program takes the signal-noise ratio value and the data rate and predicts the bit error rate based on the trained model. As an example, predicted bit error rate for signal-to-noise ratio minus 5.5 decibel and data rates 5.5 megabits per second is 7.6 on 10 to minus 4th degree. On this slide, you can see block diagram of unmanned aerial vehicle adaptive channel with artificial intelligence. And now we'll consider each block of this diagram. Preparation of channel characteristics involves information on several parameters, such as bit error rate, signal-to-noise ratio, data rate, modulation time, power, delay, etc. Based on this, the artificial intelligence model is machine trained in advance and loaded into the unmanned aerial vehicle software. Channel is analyzing in real time using the digital information from unmanned aerial vehicle data bus. In accordance with the embedded algorithm, a control command must be generated to change the data transfer parameters, and the channel parameters must be adapted. Conclusions. Report presents calculation of channel characteristics for unmanned aerial vehicle data transmission via stratospheric drone based on the standard. For the first time, an artificial intelligence trained model for channel adaptation was presented. Obtained dependencies of bit error rate on signal noise ratio for different data rates were used for writing code predicting bit error rate for given signal to noise ratio and data rate. And block diagram for unmanned aerial vehicle adaptive channel with artificial intelligence was proposed. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Andrei Mikhailovich. Very interesting report. Any questions, colleagues? I have questions as usually. Very interesting. This is the channel for unmanned aircraft, for drone. But
Yeah.
if we change drone on manned aircraft, your channel will doing in this situation if change unmanned on manned aircraft?
I don't understand. What you want to compare?
No, this channel for predicting errors in control of drone, yes?
For to control and to adapt, to change transmission, taking into account changing in conditions. You know that now we use our troops use drones on big distances, remote distances, and in this case, it's necessary to relay data. Control base station ground must be connected with drone on big distance using relay, satellite relay or stratospheric. And the main problem is how change conditions for transmission if channel is bad. And we show this report is part beginning of our investigation for creating programs for changing, for adaptation on the base of artificial intelligence, changing condition for transmission. So it's usually surely it can be used for aircraft. But the problem is that the aircraft has enough power of signal, and drone at big distance cannot have powerful signal. This is the problem. Выключили микрофон.
Excuse me. I understood about a big distance. This is a decision for this situation. If drone in control in big distance and your channel help in this situation. But my question was about if this approach use for manned aircraft.
For manned, yes, can be used.
Yes, of course, yes.
Of
Very
course, yes. I told you this.
And artificial intelligence for improving data and correction, adaptation. No, very interesting.
Thank you. Thank everybody for attention.
Any questions, colleagues? The next report, thank you, Andrei Mikhailovich. I am glad to see you on our conference. Because we are colleagues from National Aviation University. Yes, next report, Alexander Vdovichenko, Vyacheslav Harchenko, Artyom Perepelitsyn. Here, yes? Oh,
yes.
Andrei Mikhailovich, close your presentation, please, on your computer, personal computer. Yes.
Okay.
The next, the report, Vdovichenko, Vyacheslav Harchenko, Artyom Perepelitsyn, for tolerance,
microcontroller chip.
He said, yes.
Yes, thank you. Greetings to our honored audience. We are pleasure to welcome you at our conference. My name is Alexander, and today we are glad to present you a report about fault-tolerant microcontroller chip with controlled degradation. In context of our presentation, we will motivate our research, set its goals and objectives. On the next step, we will observe existing fault models and make our own classification based on defects and their consequences. And then we will describe and simulate a model of behavior targeting on existing hardware solution. So let's start. In modern world, digital computing system became closely related with a significant part of human activity, including space, deep dive areas, dangerous polluted zones, and etc. For such areas, embedded and real-time systems with high reliability requirements are necessary. But in traditional approaches for increasing dependability parameters can be difficult to apply in such conditions. Therefore, it's need to find a way to improve reliability of such systems with minimal impact of their hardware, on their hardware. So, for increasing the availability of computer systems, components by implementing the process of remote reconfiguration, we should to follow next tasks. Analyze and perform a classification of possible failure and recovery states, propose a model for reconfiguring such systems for failure recovery, provide a practical example of how to apply the model of a specific system. According to described tasks, following failure models were observed. The main difference that should be noticed is an object of view. Each model focuses on single point of error occurring process, like cause, consequence, fatal rate, or time influence. Following such method of failure modeling, we described our own model based on defects and their reconfigurability. We highlighted such defects that have a partial or temporary influence and defects with fatal consequences. Also, there were, if we regroup defects according to their reconfigurability, we can see the same way as in sides of non-fatal and fatal cases. If we merge those two groups of defects, we can highlight a group of defects that can be mitigated with using reconfiguration procedure. So, to define a way of application for described above, we offer to simulate a behavior model with next restrictions. There are an absolute reliability of diagnostic system, exception of consequent chain effects, and instant response. Model can switch between following states. There are already familiar upstate, fault, and error states. Also, we can notice such states like degradation and reconfiguration abilities fading. For start conditions, an ETINI13A microcontroller was chosen. It has port B, which consists of 4 similar pins that can be used in reconfiguration procedure. Their similarity led us to redistribute the working load between working pins in case when one pin fails. With minimal count in 2 pins for productive work, this operation can be performed twicely. The state with fallen pins you can see marked as SD, that can be a starting point for controlled degradation to the next restructured but stable up states. In such way, our system can progressively switch up states more and more times till reconfiguration limits are reached. But in another direction, we should describe a degradation of reconfigurative means. In this case, we gradually lose the ability to parry emerging errors, which are suitable for reconfiguration. Using the values of reliability parameters of the base system components, the controller operation was simulated in 2 modes: reconfigurable or multi-fragmented mode, later MFM, and non-reconfigurable or ordinary fragment mode, or OFM, later. On first thousands of hours, MFM showed increment of uptime rate in comparison with OFM. This trend continued into the subsequent millions of operational hours, which shows the correctness of the model's performance. So, in conclusion, we need to highlight that we observed existing failure models. We described our own models based on defects and their consequences. We described a state model and chose the real hardware for simulation of behavior to that model. And we show the results that can be used later in our work. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you for your report. Very interesting. Any questions? Because I have question to, no, I have question about application of your research. The main application in simulator or in real situation, where application?
If you mean application that's shown in presentation, it
your investigation, your results, where application may
be used.
Да, may be used.
May be used later in developing our model. If you saw presentation well, you can saw that we used some restrictions for model, and later we need to deny some of them to be closer to natural, real systems that we can apply our methods in hardware representation, I guess.
Let me add a few examples like a cursor to clarify the area of possible applications. we analyzed in this research that the intensity of faults for microcontrollers in times less than intensity of possible faults of PCB, printed circuit board. And in some environments, it's possible to obtain some maybe broken connections, or maybe some short circuit, and because of that the entire system can stop the working. And to prevent such situation, we decided to organize the entire life cycle of such solutions to enable some degradation in functions, but with saving the workability. It means that even after losing of few lines on the printed board, if it's not the power lines, for example, it's possible to predict such situation, create such option of reconfiguration, and even automatic reconfiguration. And in this way, it's possible to save the workability of the device. And it can be applied everywhere where the such microcontrollers are applied. But first of all, we consider non-critical applications. But the application of such results to critical area is also possible, but requires additional research.
Understood. Yes, very interesting. Repair and effectiveness in for different equipment, maybe. What question about application in real situation? No, in real time. In real time. No, your no systems. Microcontroller in real time. This is only for repair, or in diagnostic and monitoring and repair in real time. No, how much, how many period, how many diagnostic of equipment and repair using your diagnostic system, but in real time repairing, maybe.
I guess I understood what you mean. That's dependable on type of systems that we need to maintain. In this case, we observed we had 3 cycles of repairing that were applicable. In more complicated systems, the number of cycles can be increased. It's a really dependable question for hardware that we use our method.
Uh-huh.
I will try to add few words in addition to provided information by Alexander. And in the current research, the delay, the considered delay between the detection and maintenance, action of maintenance, is 30 seconds, a half of minute. And the first process of recovering can be done automatically without involvement of any action from the human. 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting and good results and effectiveness bit understood. Any questions, colleagues? If not question, we have next report. Next report, Jenny and Fleo Arano, foreign steps. Elysium here. Yes, here. I see. Here, please Microphone.
Good day, everyone. May I share my screen?
Please, your presentation on computer.
Window. Is my screen already visible now?
We see. Okay, see.
Okay. Thank you so much for the feedback. Again, good day, everyone. I am Jennifer Villar Oranyo from Southern Leyte State University, Philippines. And on behalf of my co-authors, may I have the honor to present to you our paper entitled Integrating Deep Learning and GIS for Herbal Plant Identification and a Location Finding System. So my presentation is outlined according to this sequence: introduction, the problem statement, the methodology, the results and discussion, and lastly is the conclusion. So for the rationale, herbal plants, it holds a significant and unique position as natural remedies for human health. Among these medical plants, it is integral to the traditional healthcare system worldwide. And for millions, particularly living in remote areas or rural areas such as Southern Leyte, traditional medicine continues to be the preferred choice for our health and wellness, and in delivering care that is culturally appropriate, accessible, and also affordable. Thus, it is essential to document these plants and the traditional knowledge of these plants for public health and drug development. Due to the vast number of medicinal plants, classifying them is a complex and time-consuming task, even for seasoned botanists, as it largely depends on the specialized knowledge being transferred down or passed down to by the experts. And although many people are aware of the existence of these herbal plants and their common applications, they often struggle to identify these plants within the diverse plant life around us, as well as in recognizing and approve usage of these herbal plants according to the professionals. And in our province, it is evident that younger generations have recently struggled to recognize. Even I have struggled in recognizing herbal plants and have limited understanding of the traditional application of these herbal remedies. And additionally, finding the precise sites where these herbal plants grow is difficult and also time consuming if we don't know the location where we can find these herbal plants around the area. These challenges concerning the identification and the familiarization with the herbal plants, as well as locating them within the area, necessitates the need to develop a system for recognizing and locating these plants. Thus, this study circles around integrating deep learning and GIS for identifying herbal plants and also in locating these herbs within the area. For the methodology, um, for the conceptual framework of, excuse me, for the conceptual framework of the study, we have utilized captured leaves of these herbal plants to be the training and testing data. For the training data, we use this leaf for the generation of the CNN model. And also, this data, by the way, is captured on the ground, meaning it is originally captured using mobile phones and digital cameras. And as well as, so once we gather also the images, we also gather the coordinates as well, where we have find these herbal plants around the area. And with this data that we have, The images will be utilized for the generation of the CNN model, while the coordinates will be utilized later on for mapping out where these plants can be found within the area. And thus, we have here the application will be outputting herbal plant local name, the corresponding scientific name, and also it will be displaying the uses of this herbal plant, and you can find as well the location of these herbal plants around the area. And this is showing you the example of some sample images that we have captured for each of the herbal plants that we utilize for the training. So all in all, we have 10 types of herbal plants, and we have utilized local names because we wanted also to promote it to especially to younger generations, the local names of these herbal plants. And on the left side, you can see the sample coordinates that we have gathered also during the data gathering. And this is the distribution of the data per phases. Like for the training, we have 80 samples per class, validation 10 samples per class, and for the testing, we have 50 sample that includes already during the deployment of the model in the mobile phone. We have also included the calculation of those images in the testing samples. So all in all, we have 1,400 images utilized for the entire process. And this is the CNN architecture of our study. So we have, again, input images are the herbal plants, capture images for the 10 classes. And we have utilized this configuration 64, 3 convolution layers. We have 64, 64, and 128 respectively. And the feed-forward algorithm, which is responsible for mapping out the extracted features from the convolution layers to the corresponding classes. And for the mapping of the herbal plants, so what we have utilized here are the coordinates that we have gathered. And we have utilized QGIS to map it out in the web for us to be able to see the location of these herbal plants accordingly. Then this is the results and findings of our study. So the model was developed generated using a total of 800 training samples and 100 validation samples. And based on the training and validation, we have achieved an accuracy rate of 99.2% for the training and 84.3% for the validation. So these illustrates a good behavior for our model, wherein for the training, for example, it has able to achieve like 99.2%. So it's quite high. We can say that the model is learning from the images that we have loaded. And for validation, so it's quite low, maybe because we have only utilized 10 images for the validation. So that is subjected for the improvement of our study. And this is the confusion matrix using the testing samples. As observed, it is notable that there is a high frequency of predictions along the diagonal line, diagonal cells. So indicating that the model is doing well in categorizing or in classifying the samples, and higher values in these cells, so the better the model is at the making correct, meaning the model is making correct predictions for those particular classes, given the testing data samples that we have loaded for this model to classify. And this table shows the result of the various performance measures that we have conducted to know the performance further of the model. And it can be seen in the table, like say, for example, for Lagundi or the Vitex Nigondo achieved the highest performance with both the precision and the recall rates of 96%. So this indicates that the model is highly effective at identifying Lagundi, supported by the specificity of 98.66%, which demonstrates its ability to minimize misclassifications of this species. And then, or this herbal plant. In contrast, the tuba-tuba or the Jatropha Corcus L, so it's exhibited the lowest performance matrix with a precision of 78.57% and a recall of 88%. So it suggests that the model can identify substantial instances of tuba-tuba, but however, it struggles to recognize other instances of this herbal plant. But the overall accuracy of this model achieved 85.2% with a Cohen kappa of 0.833, which is indicating that the model can recognize images and it can specify and classify accordingly the different unobserved samples to each of the class accordingly. And this is the sample interface of the mobile app. So this is a sample figure showing you that the images that you need to upload an image, and once uploaded, it will be recognizing that image according to its type, and it will also suggest the purpose, or I mean, the different applications or remedies that we can do using this herbal plant. And if you want to see where can we find this particular herbal plant on the map, so we can click somewhere in the app, and then it will be loading a map showing some nodes here where we can find this herbal plant across the area. And so for the conclusion, the developed model for classifying herbal plants demonstrates a good performance using a data set of 800 training samples and 100 validation samples across 10 classes. It achieved a peak, sorry for that clerical error, that's 99.2% for the training and a validation accuracy of 84%, and also an overall accuracy rate of 85.2%. So additionally, the integration of the GIS allows the visualization of the geographical locations of these herbal plants, which can enhance further the models or the application's practical usage for the conservation effort of these plants. And for the recommendation, the data set, of course, can be expanded for the models to achieve a higher accuracy rate. And we can also expand other types of herbal plants to be included in the training and generation of the model so that it can cover a wider scope of herbal plants available in the area. I think that would be all about my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and would be appreciate your comments and your questions about this study will be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very interesting question, please, Artem.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. It's really interesting. And if it's possible, a few questions. The first one, is it the prototype or some concept, or it's a really working system with a mobile application and the data center that perform the running of these elements of artificial intelligence for recognition of the plants? So is it the prototype or it's a really working system?
For this particular study, it's still on the phase 1 of our development. And what is really the intention of this is for us to be able to create the model out of machine learning for identifying herbal plants. And we intend to utilize and to model this result for us to go further with this study. We are planning to apply citizen science, wherein it's a way of gathering more data from the society or from the community.
Okay.
So that we can train further the model to improve its accuracy.
Sorry, this was only the first question to clarify. So this is the prototype yet, right? And if so, the second question, is the plans that you are used for training of neural networks are unique for this region? I mean that they are located only here, right?
Yeah, these herbal plants are located in the Philippines, and some of it are also unique within the province.
So it means that you really can associate the exact or some plant with the location of it, right?
Sorry, pardon, sir?
I mean that you can really associate the location of some plant with the image, right? And based on that, you are performing the training of the neural network.
You mean we can associate the location of these plants?
Yes.
Yeah. So once the plant is classified, we can associate with the location of the classified plants, and we can view it in the map, sir.
Okay, and the final question. Is there some really similar plants that can be mistaken, recognized as another plants? Because in your graph that you show, there was intensity up to 42-46%.
Yes, sir. There are some misclassifications. Example, the tuba-tuba, it is misclassified with some other plants due to the similarity of the form and color. That's making the model like confused whether what's really the classification of this, and that's why our next step is to really conduct a citizen science to open new opportunity for gathering more data, and maybe hopefully we can increase the accuracy rate of the model, sir.
It would be interesting to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, sir.
Very interesting report. I want to buy this program in my mobile computer, mobile application in Ukraine, and I search plant in our area. Maybe your program in future will buy in future, maybe.
Yeah, in the future. Maybe.
No, this is
I think
interesting
Sir
user.
Vladimir is racing.
Very interesting for user. Need for us to question Vladimir, please. Vladimir, did you have question? A hand.
I would like to ask Jenny about question. You have some connection with beekeeper, for example, the bees process, bees and honey, because it's interesting territory for bees because it's flower and so on, and necessarily cooperate with beekeeper.
Oh, pardon, sir. I haven't picked up the initial question.
In the territory, a lot of flower. Yeah.
Local flower.
Yes, it's interesting for bees.
Yeah, we have also local flower in the province.
Yes, and
And
you cooperate with beekeeper, people who.
beekeeper.
Yeah. Because result of our activity is special element for drugs, for preparation of medicine preparat. Yes, but necessary to cooperate together with bees, because without bees we receive something, but necessary to cooperate together. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So we'll try to cooperate with bees flower.
No, beekeeper is
A
people who.
beekeeper. Beekeeper.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
but how do we cooperate, sir? Is this a company or?
No, it's company, or maybe also people have a special boxes for with bees at home, for example, and so on.
Mm-mm. Okay, thank you for that suggestion, sir. That's interesting. Maybe we
Yeah,
can connect to them
we've been
and
working in this area also because it's very important for Ukraine, and honey also very useful for health.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for the suggestion,
yes.
sir. Actually, that's one of really the intention of this study to like create a database of plants within the area
Yeah,
because we
yeah.
don't really have that yet in the province. So I
And,
hope this will be the stepping stone.
also it possibly demonstrates some economic task because territory, distance for bees and so on.
Yes.
You see? Thank you very much for very nice presentation. Very
Thank you so much for all your questions and comments.
very good. You prepare very nice presentation, logical picture and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very interesting all reports. And our second part ended because we listen our reports, presentations, very interesting. Maybe any questions for participants in this
Maybe
session? You
we're
have?
still waiting for Bogdan, Sergey, and Igor with presentation reliable and trustworthy AI for drone operations. On the
Where?
number 22.
Where Bogdan and here, we're here.
It's
We're
not
not
clear.
here.
Maybe someone can provide this information.
No, we're not here. Bogdan and
Okay,
I know Bogdan Dolinze. This is a way from National Wilson University, and I call, but I'm not sick here.
Maybe we can repeat it because there is a time and we can we still have some time slot for this presentation right now. If you have some possibility to call to some of others, maybe they can provide their report right now. It will be useful.
No, maybe today problem, now problem in connect, maybe, and alert now.
Okay.
Closed now.
Okay.
No, we have not alert now, but where alert in Ukraine too. Maybe tomorrow. No, now Bogdan, I have.
Okay.
Not.
Okay.
Bye.
So please.
Nothing. No, very interesting all report, machine learning, deep learning, information technology, microprocessor, and models, and mathematic models, and green technology, energy, because this is actually modern in for old countries, and we may working together in next time and in future because many conferences now in distance. This is useful for us, and distance online participant useful for us in future too, I think. Thank you for all participation, for all presentation, for your science, and for your research. Thank you. Vladimir.
Yes, yes. No, it was nice presentation, but some people maybe have some problem with connection. And thank you very much for participants. And,
Okay,
we will
you.
discuss about future cooperation because we have a connection and we have also electronic address, and no problem because after conference necessary to cooperate for future, and conference is more innovative step for create connection, create new activity, and working together. It is an innovation aspect, and conference is more innovative process. It's
yes.
true. Yeah.
We have conference too in National Aviation University, interesting conference, civil aviation advantages and data processing. On next week will be on our department, data processing, and application of drones, because on our department we are studying operator of drones. Together will be interesting cooperation and interesting in collaborative decision making. Yes. Thank you. Many thanks for participants. Goodbye, maybe for tomorrow.
Thank you. I can provide some brief information. Thank you for holding of this section, and thank you for good questions. And sections 2, 3, 4, and 5 still active, and you can open a program and switch to one of those sections. Here we will start plenary section tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you.
Tomorrow at 9:30, tomorrow, plenary session. Okay.
Right.
We will for tomorrow.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Yes.